Colleagues and guests in the gallery and folks watching remotely, before the chair of the Budget Committee begins the Budget Committee deliberations today, I would just like to invite you to acknowledge with me the unthinkable shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia yesterday. Halifax is joining communities and cities across Canada and around the world in grief today. And the flag in front of City Hall is flying at half-mast for the lives lost and for the lives that are changed forever now. And I know this tragedy hits very close to home for Nova Scotians, which is why today we stand with the people of Tumbler Ridge. So I would invite you to take a moment of silence with me as we reflect on Tumbler Ridge today.
Good morning and welcome to the Budget Committee meeting of February 11th that will continue on the 12th and the 13th. We'll do the call to order that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and the traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. We also recognize that African Nova Scotians are a distinct people whose histories, legacies, and contributions have enriched the part of Mi'kma'ki known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years. Approval of the minutes of January 27th and 28th. Wow, that's a lot. Councillor Gillis for the motion. Deputy Mayor Cuddle for the second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or raising your hands. The motion is carried. Thank you. Approval of the order of business and approval of the additions or deletions. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions today?
There are no additions or deletions from the clerk's office.
Okay, now I'll look up first before I ask. Could I have a motion to approve? Councillor Steele, and the second for Councillor Hartling. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or raising your hands. Opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Thank you. A call for declaration of conflict of interests. Seeing none, we'll move on. Public participation is the next section of our agenda. Speakers can participate for a maximum of 5 minutes. After everyone on the list has been given an opportunity to speak, I will call 3 times to ask if there are any additional speakers. Speakers can participate in person, or if you pre-register by the deadline, you have the option to participate by Zoom. As a reminder for those who may be watching, in order to have signed up as a Zoom speaker, the deadline was 4:30 the business day prior to the meeting. However, there is no deadline to speak in person as long as you are present in the chamber now. We have 14 speakers registered and 2 have chosen to use Zoom. Madam Clerk, you have a comment.
For speakers using Zoom, when it is close to your turn to speak, staff will promote you in Zoom to allow you to turn your mic and camera on. You will leave the Zoom meeting briefly when this happens, and then you will reconnect with controls available. Please leave your mic muted until the chair calls your name.
Thank you very much. Any member of the public who is registered with the clerk's office on this matter is given 5 minutes to address the topic. When I call your name, you may come to the microphone, and if you're in Zoom, you may turn on your mic. The first 3 speakers are Jim Cormier, Norman Oliver, and then Sue Utek. Welcome, Jim Cormier.
I don't know if I've ever been first in anything, so thank you so much. Exactly. Thank you. That's my counselor. Jim Cormier, Atlantic Director for the Retail Council of Canada and proud resident of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak. Regrettably, this isn't my first time addressing council regarding retail crime, and you're not the only city or only province where we're doing this over and over again. Fact is, it's a plea from retailers of all sizes that we need help. RCC renews its call for more of a police presence in retail areas of Halifax Regional Municipality. Specifically, RCC members want to see the return of beat cops as a further deterrent to the ever-growing problem of retail crime. Currently, the system seems broken, at least for our members. Retail criminals seemingly steal with impunity. Many of them don't even bother hiding their faces anymore. They don't bother running from the scene of their crime after they steal. They don't have to. They know that police are overstretched, and thus they aren't coming, or at least they're not coming for a number of hours. And if they do get caught and arrested by police, they know there's a pretty good chance that there will be virtually no consequences, and so they'll easily be able to return to the same retail stores over and over again, mocking and even threatening retail employees, and continue to seemingly steal at will. Decisions or lack thereof by governments at all levels have contributed to this ever-growing problem. The decisions of the previous federal government, although well-intentioned, created a federal system that seemingly promotes catch and release of retail criminals. Under this system, underfunded police services and overburdened court systems, there's little impetus for police to arrest and for the Crown to prosecute retail criminals when they know that more often than not, judges are simply releasing them. The numbers are alarming. I don't have time here today to speak to those, but in the Q&A I do have some if councillors are interested, but I'll simply point to some of the positives though. We do commend Chief McLean and HRP for some of the positive steps they've taken in recent years. Exchange of ideas with Retail Council of Canada and with, I know, some of the business associations. Participation in retail blitzes. We'd like to see it more consistent, but at least they're getting there, and we feel they've been highly successful. And more importantly, we also feel that it's been great that Chief McLean has doubled the cadet class, the police cadet class for this year. We'd love to see that continue, because it's extremely important, and we feel that the numbers need to improve for many years in order to deal with attrition, people that are off on leave, and just to get more bodies on the streets. So we need help. Building up these numbers is a good idea, but we need help now. The small independent retailer, they don't have time to wait for 3-4 years when they're getting ripped off repeatedly. The retail employee that works in a big box store in Dartmouth Crossing, they don't have time to wait when they're dealing continually with people coming into their place of work, threatening them, at times even assaulting them, and just stealing with impunity. The homeless person, the person with substance abuse problems, those folks that are being taken advantage of by organized retail criminals that are using them to do the dirty work for them, they need help. And this is an opportunity where we can at least try to address aspects of that problem, knowing full well that it's a much larger problem than simply the theft. Retailers shouldn't have to turn their stores into fortresses. They get a lot of feedback, negative feedback from good, honest customers saying, you're making me feel like I'm walking into Fort Knox as opposed to a welcoming retail environment. That shouldn't have to continue to the level it is. Retailers shouldn't have to lock up their their highest selling products just because of the fact that there's really little answers to the fact that they're being stolen from on a regular basis. Basically, we need more officers on the beat, but we simply ask council to continue to take a leadership role, work with stakeholders, and take action in this. At the least, please understand that retail crime is not simply a property crime. There's a real human element involved in this, and it does have a negative impact on creating communities throughout HRM. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cormier. Councillor Mancini has a question, if you would indulge him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim, good to see you. Thanks very much for taking the time to come and chat with us today. You mentioned your ask today is to continue to support the police, increase officers, and glad to hear that Chief McLean has been working with you. And your ask is the beat cop, so I think we're happy to know that is coming. But that's only one piece of it, and you alluded to it in your words. Are you communicating with the federal government on the catch and release approach? Are you communicating with the province with regard to mental health and addictions? These are all elements of the challenges that you and your members are seeing.
Yes. As folks would probably know, the current Liberal government in Ottawa, Prime Minister Carney, we were very happy where they have a piece of legislation that's going through the House right now. I believe it's in committee. And I believe even Halifax Business Commission spoke in Ottawa at that point in time. So that's great news. And it will deal with bail reform. So basically dealing with aspects of the catch and release program. Again, not wanting to be too hard. 10 years ago, when the former Liberal government put some of these provisions in place, I think they were legitimate, and we were frankly locking up too many people. That's me speaking societally.
Right.
But I think the pendulum swung too far the other way, and now it's literally what most people in industry just refer to. It's the catch and release program. So there have to be some consequences or some judicial ability for judges to be able to look at someone that's before them over and over and over again, or police officers that have built a file this thick on the same people, especially those that are working on the organized retail crime side of things, and be able to deal with them. That said, on the provincial side, they came out with their report through Deloitte last year. Some positive things in that, looking at they specifically spoke of the fact that you need to get beat cops back in all towns and communities across Nova Scotia. That said, they are responsible for the RCMP. And so the point that I keep making to them is that in the past you have, and you still fund HRP, but that number, if I understand correctly, hasn't grown in 20 plus years. They're looking more at what their core responsibilities are. And the point that I keep making to them is that, look, frankly, most retail and most of the population of Nova Scotia is in Amherst, New Glasgow, Halifax, Yarmouth, all places with municipal police forces. So we're still working with them on that. I'd like to say we're going to be successful, but I at least understand their point that they're going to focus on their core area. So that's why we continue to come back here. Halifax obviously is ground zero. It's the biggest retail area, and it's the area where we have the biggest problems with retail crime.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. There are two other councillors that have questions for you, sir. Councillor Steele.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. And what sort of moved me to ask a question and be very interested in this was something that happened to me when I was Christmas shopping. I was at a drugstore and I wanted to pick up a certain item that had been promoted and went to the store, asked if they had it, and they said, oh yes, we have 12. And it turns out the 12 were all missing because they had been stolen from the store. So I just mentioned that little story, but I do have a couple of questions. Jim, you mentioned the retail blitz. Can you describe the blitz and why you feel it was effective? And then two other questions. The impacts on businesses. You started to talk about that, but I'm thinking, do you have some measurable impacts in terms of the business loss? I don't think you really talked about the dollars lost. And then also the impact on consumers. You talked a little bit about consumers feeling uncomfortable when they walk in a store and there's a lot of security. They feel like, oh, do I look like a thief? So can you speak a little bit about that, please?
Sure. To your first point, it's unfortunate, but frankly, it's just the reality. A lot of higher end products, or not even necessarily higher end products, but easy to move products. Think of the online marketplace, and that's where a lot of this grows from, is that retail criminals, especially organized ones, they want to steal products that they can easily flip. Online marketplace gives you an opportunity to do that. You steal in Sackville, out in Lower Sackville, and then you can sell it in a parking lot in Dartmouth in an hour. So that's where a lot of this comes from. Some of the, according to our own retail crime report that we did last year, not a surprise, top theft products are food and beverage, meat, candy, alcohol, electronics and appliances, apparel, shoes and accessories, health and beauty products. To the point you had made earlier, colognes and perfumes are easy resellers, and baby equipment and baby formula. I think that one's more from some of the problems they had with producing baby formula over the last few years. So that's one of them. And then to that, some of the stats, well, again, some of them you guys have it, and you will have it more than I do. But even coming from the HRP RCMP report for you guys, the consumer where crime severity index is up 3%, but they even stayed in there that the top violations contributing to the increase were for shoplifting $5,000 and under. It's not that much of a stretch to see that. I'll leave it to my very learned colleague, Miss Utek, to talk more about Spring Garden Road, but I did see some of the stat numbers that their numbers for Spring Garden Road continue to go through the roof, despite all of the efforts that they've made. Quinpool Road, you're seeing it over and over again. Not to mention, if you want to look at it more generally, because it is hard to get retailers to participate in some of this stuff too, because they don't like to say, hey, look at me, we're having a big problem here. But we often look, retail experts often look at, and they say that loss prevention, which again is your internal shrink, your external shrink, meaning theft, it usually accounts for about 1.5% of retail sales. So if you look at that as a general number, basically retail sales at HRM last year were about $7.5 billion. So if you look at that, you're looking at like over $112 million annually in HRM alone due to shrink. I could break it down even further. I don't want to keep everybody here too long, but we even went so far as we spoke with 3 members that were willing, they didn't want their names used, but one apparel retailer, one electronics retailer, and one grocer. And we looked at, we got them to work with us over the course of last year from January to November. Just the 3 of them alone, if you looked at the crime that they reported here in Halifax, I believe it was like over almost $260,000. And they even broke it down. It was like, maybe 40, again, I don't have the numbers right here in front of me, so please don't take this as a literal number, but it was around 40 of the incidents involved weapons as well. So, 3 retailers, not necessarily, we didn't pick ones to say, oh, we know this will have high numbers, so let's try to make it look a certain way. It was more just 3 that volunteered. But of course, you're looking at retail, electronics, primarily an electronics retailer, and apparel, which, as I listed to you before, are 3 of the highest stolen items. And then as an aside, before I wrap it up, I will say thank you for reaching out back in the fall. I appreciated your interest in asking more about the issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Deputy Mayor Cottle, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your presentation today and talking about this really important issue. Through my role on FCM, I've spoken to municipalities across the country, and what's happening here isn't unique. And it is a reflection of a bigger, broader problem that we're facing. You talked about the cost of theft and shrinkage. I'm just wondering if you have any numbers around the cost for security, You know, as you mentioned, Sue Utek will be speaking for Spring Garden Road. I know that the business improvement districts, you know, they're investing what they can on their limited budgets into street navigators to kind of help mitigate issues. But you know, as a resident in the city, you know, you can't help but notice everywhere you go these days, there's an increase in security, whether that's security guards in stores, whether it's control security gates at entrances, security cameras. You know, it seems to me that a very large investment is being made by retailers in security. And I'm wondering if there's any numbers on that cost as well.
Not necessarily. And what I'll add is that depends on the retailer. When you're in a business like retail, which is hyper competitive and it's all about convincing the customer to come to your store and not someone else's store, or even worse, to shop online and support someone that doesn't even do business here. You're constantly in that balancing act of trying to protect your employees, protect your product, but yet still create a welcoming retail environment. You guys live here, read the news just like I do. You won't have to go back very far to think of a few years ago when one of the large grocers brought in off-duty police officers just to stand at the door. They weren't doing anything other than standing at the door. The backlash was enormous to the point that they stopped doing it. We have security guards in some cases where retailers have stopped using them. One, because the backlash from customers has been huge, but that's not really the reason. It's also because the system has become, not to be overly flippant, but the system has become so broken that what they were finding is that, look, the security guard, frankly, all they can do is take notes and take video. My employees can do that too. Almost every retailer has a policy in place now, do not intervene, so that they don't get, you know, beaten up or whatever else. That's understandable, but so you're finding they're filming it. So I guess they a lot of them have taken that lead to say, well, why am I paying for security guards when they can't do much more than what my employees can do anyway? And then, frankly, I'm getting some backlash from people saying that you're making me feel like I'm a criminal when I walk into the store. Again, you also see it, that there are barricades up now following the checkouts. They're corralling people. Some retailers are taking away the self-serve checkouts, which you can understand, but on the other hand, there's a reason why they're there too. One, obviously, cuts costs, but two, if you're not buying a lot of products, there are a lot of people that really like the self-serve checkout when they're coming through with just a few items. And so now you're constantly dealing with that balancing act. But we often do hear from folks that it's like, gosh, you know, I feel like I don't feel like it's as welcoming an environment. The overall problem for a city like Halifax is that if people feel that way more and more, it's a lot easier to just shop on an e-commerce retailer from overseas and have it delivered to your doorstep. Those folks aren't paying taxes in this city. Those folks aren't employing people in this city. Those folks aren't contributing to charitable organizations in this city. And it's certainly troubling in that respect as well.
Thank you for that perspective.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cottle. One more question from Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely don't feel comfortable in those spaces. I find that I'm being followed all the time with security guards, to be honest with you. But my question is, has the North End Business Association, have they put any input? Because you mentioned Spring Garden, you mentioned Quinpool. I'm wondering, because, you know, there's business actually shutting down on Gaudigan Street. So has there been any feedback from the North End Business Association?
We represent, you know, the retail sector in general as a national organization, and I'm a one-person office trying to handle all of Atlantic Canada for all issues. Okay. So, you know, when I was throwing out comment toward Spring Garden and Quinpool, it's not to suggest for a minute that they're the only ones that are doing things about this. Every one of the associations I do know are making huge efforts to work with their membership on that. So I didn't want to make it sound like I was being exclusive. You know, Downtown Dartmouth Business Association, some of the other ones, they're all doing doing what they can, and we're not members of theirs and vice versa. It's just more,
Okay.
When you're out here on the eastern fringe of the country, sometimes you do your best to just work together to get things done. And then to your other point, frankly, that's an issue that retailers have struggled with, and they continually try to do better when it comes to the protecting product, but creating a welcoming retail environment. And frankly, there's times when they've fallen down on that. And then there's other times where their security companies have fallen down on that, but it's not them that end up on the front page of the newspaper. It's the retailer.
Yes.
So sometimes those are other reasons that some of those decisions have been made to no longer use security firms. And again, I'm just speaking very generally here. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on the entire security sector. There are very good companies as well. So all I'm saying is that it's a constant balancing act, and it's sometimes you feel like you're in a no-win situation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Norman Oliver, and then Suyutek, and then Carla Nicholson. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Norm Oliver. I'm the Managing Director of the Canadian Tire up at Bears Lake. So I wanted to take advantage of sharing some insights or some feedback on this subject, and have been in discussions with Retail Council. So it's encouraging that they're trying to table this at this level. So thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to just share some comments on just some constructive feedback of what's going on at the retail level involving organized crime. And that seems to be the bigger trend. It's not just the petty shoplifter. So there's two distinguished categories here, but that's the one that's creating a bigger problem. I feel that what's occurring in the stores right now, it's also a public safety issue. And there were some comments earlier, and I can say that without doubt, that is an issue. It's a concern not only for the shoppers, but also the frontline employees and the managers in these stores. And it's not just shoplifting, it's the threat of violence. And we've had assaults in our store, we've had injuries, we've had people threaten to follow them after work, and it goes on. And so there is some truth to that. And I think if you characterize some of this, it's far bigger than the theft of that product or the products that day. And I think that having some sort of an increased retail crime support group with the police would be great. I think that if you take a look at certain areas, if they were to do a blitz in a concentrated area of retail, you could probably get a lot of the retailers to participate and start sharing more information. The stats that was raised by Jim, I think those are probably understated. In some stores, the percentages will be higher than 1.5%, depending on the nature of the category. But there is a frustration amongst retailers when they spend the time to document, take tape and video, and fill in reports. And if it gets tabled to the police, they're so stretched with bigger issues perhaps sometimes, and I get that. But there's probably an element where the retailers aren't even reporting all the incidents. So the levels might be far higher than what the stats show. And I've talked to other people in the retail business, and they admit as well that they're so busy and they're stretched. It's a very time-consuming effort to track all this. But when you take a look at some of the examples of what's happening now, these thefts are not like $50 or $100. There's incidents where people are attempting to steal $800, $1,600. On the weekend, we had one person trying to steal $2,200. So these are big dollars, and but it's bigger than the margin erosion and the margin hit. It's also about customers coming to shop and they can't buy the product because it's been taken, or the public safety element. The one thing also I wanted to mention is if you were to take a look at the offenders, especially in the organized crime side, there's a lot of repeat offenders. And to the point that was raised earlier, there doesn't appear to be the consequences for these individuals to sort of stop. And they get paid to steal. I know that some of these people are paid, they have to steal a certain amount per day. But these organized crime groups resell the product so easily. So perhaps some sort of focus on the channels that are reselling it by the police would be also worth it. I also made a comment here about the amount of investment that the retailers need to take, not only in a security guard, but the equipment and the technology and the people to manage all that. That gets sort of sometimes not even considered. And we're in the process now of having to invest even more in technology. The cost of security was asked earlier this morning. I could say we probably spend about $5,000 a month on a security guard. It's a third party, but that doesn't stop the problem, because the amount of shrink is out of control. And I see the numbers every single week, and it's real, and it's getting higher, even with the efforts that are put in place. I know that in the past, sometimes you issue trespass notices to individuals, and there's no red flag to discourage them. They still come back. So putting focus on organized retail crime with the repeat offenders, I think, would be a tremendous opportunity to give consideration to, because there's no penalties really. They just get released. So as a retailer, if you're spending all the time to track all this and they just come back into your store right on a repeated basis, it's kind of discouraging. One thing that I also put down was, oh, the time's up. Okay, I respect that.
Sir, if you wanted to have just a closing statement, that would be all right.
Yeah, I think that if there was some pilots put in place with concentrated areas of retail, and get participating retailers to share the data on a collaborative basis, that might help the right decision makers to figure out where can we put our limited resources against. And I know I've talked to other retailers in our pocket of Bayers Lake, and they are interested in doing that. And I think there would be more success, especially if those criminals are populating that certain areas, like whether it's in Bayers Lake or downtown Springfield or Dartmouth. And that might be one way to look at it. But I would want to say that the police that have come out to help us, they've been fantastic. Every single time, they've been great. But they have the burden of
So
challenge.
that's more than one little closing statement, just so you know.
They have so many problems.
But you
to
know
deal
what,
with.
sir, there's two counselors that have a question for you, so maybe you'll answer those. How's that? Counselor White.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Norm. Nice to put a face to the name. We've emailed. My question is, do you have percentage or whatever of how much this is driving up prices for everyone?
Yeah, we're part of a national chain, and so pricing is determined and confirmed by head office. So I can't speak to exactly what that has, but I know that the cost increases in product are usually passed on from the vendors, who and their costs to do business are going up. So I can't say how much of that is related to theft, but I can say, because we're individually owned and operated, it's a margin hit to the operator. It's not a corporate store. So therefore, when you have individual operators who are feeling this burden, it's pretty painful.
Gotcha. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Counselor White. Deputy Mayor Cuddle has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I have two questions. One is, the same question that was asked before about advocating to the provincial and federal representatives as well. I hear from our police the frustration they have when they go and they catch someone who's, is a repeat offender with shoplifting, and it is catch and release, and that's putting a lot of burden and frustration and essentially waste of our resources, where you kind of have these recurring situations happening, and not being able to deal with the offenders. It's frustration for our officers as well. In the beginning there, you talked about organized crime, and I'm wondering if there's any more information on that and what that entails and where that information comes from and how that information is being collected and communicated.
So I think that it might be different in different pockets of Canada, and but you're starting to see a trend when people are coming in to steal large amounts of the same item, you know it's related to the resale game. And I can't give you any stats on that particularly, but you see that in these major cities where they do catch people, they're finding that there's either distribution centers or it's very, very coordinated amongst a lot of players where they come into your store or stores as a team. And it's a very strategic approach of how they do it. It's not like a person just stealing something for personal use. And there are stats out there. I imagine the Retail Council could provide more of that detail, but I've had the opportunity to work with Canadian Tire in Toronto as well, and it's very bad there. But when they caught a sting of an individual, they found at warehouses with $3 million of stolen merchandise for one incident. So these are very sophisticated groups, and they work in teams, and they're outsmarting the operators, and they're ahead of the police. So it's something that is building. And I think if we can get to a point where we can prevent some of this or put some programs in place to help, it might make a big difference. But the organized crime, one thing I wanted to mention, people are stealing something. If they're like homeless, they don't care. The organized crime will threaten you. They will have knives, they'll have guns, they have bear spray. So they're not afraid to make sure they get out of the building. And so that's a concern, and that's an element of organized retail crime that you don't see with the average individual just pocketing something.
All right,
So,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Sue Utek, and then Carla Nicholson, and then Louis-Philippe Gauthier.
Thank you and good morning and happy Olympics. Just before I begin, in response, Councillor Hinch had asked a question earlier about my colleague, Patty Cuttle in the North End, about community safety and getting organized. You mean Tracy? Oh, sorry, it was. Sorry, my apologies. Definitely, there's been a lot of movement in the North End, cooperation between police, merchants, and they're forming a community safety association. So again, so to Mayor Fillmore and you councillors, we're writing on behalf of the Spring Garden Area Business Association for our strong support for the proposed police department budget, especially in light of recent developments affecting our community safety. Our collective goal is to ensure that Spring Garden and downtown, I'm speaking on behalf of Paul McKinnon as well, remain vibrant, secure, and welcoming for all residents and visitors. Over the past year, our area, Spring Garden alone, has experienced a concerning increase in its theft, not robberies, rising from 567 to 702 reported crimes. That's just what's reported. This escalation underscores the urgent need to bolster our resources and strategies for crime prevention and response. Proactive steps are needed to protect our neighborhoods and ensure security for all. HRP has consistently voiced support for initiatives centered on community-based policing. Such approaches foster trust, encourage collaboration between officers and residents, and are proven to enhance public safety. By prioritizing engagement, visibility, and responsiveness, community-based policing ensures that law enforcement is attuned to the unique needs of our districts. One effective way to address rising crime and strengthen community ties is through the increased foot patrols. Officers on foot provide a reassuring presence, deter criminal activity, and are more accessible to residents and businesses. The value of foot patrols extends beyond enforcement. They promote dialogue, build relationship, and contribute to a safer environment where everyone feels heard and protected. Currently, Spring Garden and downtown Halifax are the only districts without a dedicated community safety office. We strongly advocate for the establishment of such an office at our central library, which conveniently serves both districts. This location would offer accessible safety resources, public outreach, and create a new central hub for collaboration. Filling this gap is essential to ensuring equitable access for safety services and reinforcing our commitment to community well-being. And my former colleague on council, David Hensby, would probably remember that the community policing office was part of the original library budget. I would also like to express sincere gratitude to Constable Paul DeRoche, our Community Response Officer, for his outstanding work and dedication over the past year. His efforts have made a tangible difference in our community, inspiring both trust and confidence in the police department. Constable DeRoche exemplifies the spirit of community-based policing and has played a pivotal role in advancing our shared goals. So the conclusion and call to action for us in the downtown and Spring Garden is I urge you all to support the police department budget, investing in foot patrols, expanding community-based policing, and establishing a community safety office at the Central Library are critical steps towards safer, more connected neighborhoods. Together we can ensure that Spring Garden and the downtown thrive as places where all feel secured and valued. And with respect to the what we're proposing for the office at the Central Library, both Paul McKinnon and I have met with several community leaders that are willing to help financially invest. That's how important they feel that this office is here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions, if you would allow. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Sue. Yes, go Team Canada. Yes, I agree. So you've brought up the satellite office before at Central. Have you had recent conversations with the Central Library, with OSA, and also HRP about that idea?
Personally, Councillor, that we've left that in the capable hands of HRP. I know the library has some reluctance towards establishing a community office. But when you look at the number of incidents at the library alone, it warrants the business case.
And so have you had a recent conversation with HRP about it?
Every time that I get to see the chief or our new inspector, Chris Martinelli, anyone with a badge, I will talk to about supporting
And what's the
this.
response, Sue?
Everyone wants it, from the community, the business. HRP would like it because, for example, when an officer has to do a report, they can't sit down at a coffee shop, open up their laptop.
Right.
They have to be in a secure facility, and the facility is there. So it's a small space that we're requesting, 4 walls and 2 desks.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. There's one more question. Thank you, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sue, for coming in today. Why not use retail space, or why not propose using a retail space for the satellite office? I'm just concerned about how it looks to have police in a public library. I mean, that's not the kind of atmosphere we're trying to create, I don't think, at our library.
For regional police, they need a secure HRM-owned facility. So we had offered, for example, Danny Shedrow, the developer of the Mills and the Doyle, had offered an office in the parking garage, but it can't be done. The only HRM facility closest that would service both the downtown and Spring Garden is the library, and that's why 15 years ago, whatever, when the library was built, that was part of the incorporation of the plan. So,
But I mean, we have a police station about 2 blocks away, so.
time an officer has to generate a report, they have to go back to Goddigan Street. So let's say if it was an 8-hour shift on the street, I lose 2 hours of that officer because they have to go back to Goddigan to write their reports.
Okay, all right, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla Nicholson, and then Louis-Philippe Gauthier, excuse me, and then Jake Forden. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. Mayor Fillmore, councillors. Before I start reading my letter, I just wanted to reiterate, I didn't catch his name because I came in while he was speaking, but the man from Bears Lake, I believe, when he was talking about, some of the crime being done is clearly organized. And, I have one member on the street. We know we've seen a large amount of their items at a certain flea market that I won't say the name of. So there is some organized stealing going on, and there is also a lot of desperate people stealing. And another thing I didn't put in my letter, because I know it's really not something council can directly do, but all of my colleagues from the business improvement districts recently met with the Honorable Sean Fraser, and we are very we're advocating extremely strongly to remove this catch and release, a bill that was created quite a few years ago, and we will write letters when we're sort of told it's time. I'm not sure what HRM can do or if HRM can work with the province, but I mean, the police are absolutely amazing, and I see their frustration. You know, our community response officer, he arrests someone and they're out the next day, and he just has to go do the same thing over and over again. So I just wanted to say that as a sidebar. I should have said, my name is Carla Nicholson. I'm the executive director of the Quinpool Road Main Street District Association. I'm writing to you on behalf of our roughly 130 members to express our strong support for the proposed police budget. Like Spring Garden in downtown Halifax and the North End, our collective goal is to ensure that our area and the surrounding area remains vibrant, safe, and welcoming for all business owners, customers, and residents. And just on the residents part, we do have a lot more residents now than we used to. One of my landlords calls me just about every week beside himself that there are people sleeping in the lobby, doing drugs, and apparently they have to let the front door open for emergency staff. So that's really concerning to me as well. I have had the honor of doing this job for 18 years, and in that time, most of those years were not plagued by the rampant open drug dealing, drug use, and commercial thefts we experience today. Nor did we see the kind of violent and often unpredictable behavior exhibited by those experiencing mental health and/or drug addiction issues. Prior to COVID, Quinpool Road was relatively blessed, and crime-related issues took a very small portion of my time and energy. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case. Over the past couple years, the Quinpool district has experienced a concerning increase in reported break-ins, shoplifting incidences. We had 41 incidences of shoplifting alone in the month of January. And one particular business, the Oxford Tap Room, had a break-in where the people that broke in actually defecated in their business. So you can imagine how upsetting and stressful that would be to staff coming in to see that. This escalation led to the creation of a Quinpool Road Safety Committee in August of 2025, consisting of myself, board and association members. Is Sean here? I'm trying to find him. No? Okay. Councillor Sean Cleary, MLA Krista Gallagher, Quinpool's Community Response Officer Dan Cavanaugh, Rachel Boehm, Executive Director of Community Safety, HRM Jason Snow, Crime Analyst from HRP, and Inspector Chris Marinelli. I'm pretty proud of that committee. That's a lot of movers and shakers, and I was really honored that they all came to this committee to help us, but I think it speaks to where we are right now. In my humble opinion, our safety committee is community-based policing at its finest. We have done and continue to do great work identifying the need for and conducting a crime prevention through environmental design study that Paul DeRoche also helped with. We are using the recommendations in the study to do things such as improving lighting in identified areas to make Quinpool feel safer. We have identified troublesome characters and strategies to keep them from Quinpool, and we are currently in the process of planning an information crime prevention session for our members. I am impressed with the support and dedication that our Community Response Officer Dan Cavanaugh, Jason Snow, Crime Analyst HRP, Inspector Marinelli, and Councillor Cleary have shown. They clearly care about their jobs and are attuned to the needs of our district. They're working with us to find creative, sustainable ways to keep our district safe and welcoming. One item on our safety committee's wish list is foot patrol officers on our street. They are an effective way to address escalating crime and enhance community ties. They provide a reassuring presence, deter criminal activity, and are more accessible to residents and businesses. The value of foot patrols extends beyond enforcement. They promote dialogue and build relationships where people feel seen and heard.
Excuse me, your past time, if you would just like to
I have a closing. Oh, I didn't.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, it is the closing, a paragraph. In closing, I urge City Council and community members to support the police department budget, investing in foot patrols, expanding community-based policing, and hiring more 9/11 operators. Police are working hard to help us feel safe. Let's support them so that they can continue to do so. Together, we can ensure that Quimple Road and all the commercial districts in HRM can be a welcoming place where people can live, work, shop, and play. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are no questions on the, no, oh, there is now. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Carla. Thank you very much. My question is, on the security end, are there any outside cameras? Yes. So are they capturing the vehicles from the people who are in there stealing, coming on foot?
They aren't capturing vehicles. They do sometimes capture people, but they often have hoods. And we, I think it was in 2022, installed a number of cameras strategically outside the businesses.
Right.
And what we found in the last, well, the shooting that happened on Spring or Quimple Road a few weeks ago, we were asked to show the video footage, and we discovered that there was a change in the business's Wi-Fi, and so the camera was negligible. It couldn't help us. So we hired a gentleman to install these video cameras, and he is coming back with a quote to go back to all of them and to make sure they are maintained, and we might put a few more in. And then the goal is to provide the police with all these locations, because we did the work. We need to you need to maintain whatever you do, and I don't think we did a great job of that. But again, it's on this committee's list.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Young. One more question from Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming to speak with us today. And I just want to note the important relationship between business associations and police in working together to solve these, crimes and issues that are, affecting our local retailers, and in particular our small businesses. Which, when I look at Quimple Road, it's a lot of small family-owned businesses. So, the impact on this is for them is great, and I just want to recognize that. And I know how much the police are, municipal police rely on the security footage of small businesses for their investigations, and so that's an important contribution that you're making, towards trying to assist and deal with these situations, and I think that deserves some recognition. Thank you.
We did a grant as well as those for the members, and gave them up to $250 to install video cameras in their businesses, which is how Garrison had the video footage of the people that did that. So yeah, I think that is something that we could all look at, and because it's just another method of trying to catch these people, we just need to keep them and not release them.
Right. As you work on your shoestring budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Our next speaker is Louis-Philippe Gauthier, if I pronounce that correctly, Jake Foran, and then Ben Hammer. I don't see anyone coming forward. I think we'll skip and we'll come back in case it's just not being able to get here on time. Jake Foran, Ben Hammer, and then Wendy Thomas. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Chair, members of the Budget Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jake Foran, and I serve as the Atlantic and Central Region Director of the National Police Federation. We represent about just over 200 RCMP members who proudly serve the Halifax Regional Municipality, and the NPF represents the just shy of 20,000 members of the RCMP across the country. Prior to this position, I was a 16-year police officer frontline. Started the first half of my career in rural Nova Scotia. Our work is about improving public safety for all Canadians, while ensuring our members have the people and the tools that they need to do their jobs safely and effectively. We believe public safety is a shared responsibility, one that works best when government, community partners, and the police all work together. I'm here on behalf of our members to voice strong support for the Halifax Regional Detachment's request for additional RCMP resources in the municipality's 2026 and 2027 budget. In Halifax, our RCMP members are embedded in the communities that they serve as neighbors, parents, volunteers, and coaches. They care deeply about keeping these communities safe and vibrant, and they see firsthand both the achievements and the growing pressures on local policing. The Halifax Regional Detachment is asking for funding to support 2 additional members in the Intimate Partner Violence, or the IPV unit, 6 full-time RCMP members in the new Eastern Passage Community Office, and 1 member in the Community Action Response Team, or the CART teams. The NPF fully supports this request and urges Council to approve these smart, targeted investments in community safety. The IPV unit members are already included in your draft budget. It will help protect some of the most vulnerable residents of the municipality. The new Eastern Passage Office and CART member will provide much needed local capacity, faster response times, and stronger community connections. These are not extras as we see it. They are simply a measure to bring us up to adequate staffing levels to deliver the top tier service to your communities. Meanwhile, calls for services has increased about 25% since 2023. And our members continue to do remarkable work, but these pressures will become increasingly unsustainable with time. Over the last couple of years, Council's earlier investments have already produced results. For example, between 2023 and 2025, proactive policing calls increased by 109%. I can dive into the details of that later if you wish, but those numbers show that your support is working and it's delivering safer communities and stronger policing. Behind every statistic are people, our members, who continue to show up even when they're short-staffed. And those staffing shortages mean that our members must do more with less, resulting in longer shifts, more overtime, and greater trauma exposure. The compounding effect of this is the burnout and the mental health challenges that come along with the job. Halifax is the fastest growing municipality in the Atlantic region, and public safety has to grow with it. These investments will make a tangible difference in our communities and the people who protect them. Thank you for your time and consideration and for your continued partnership in building a safer and stronger Halifax.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Kent has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jake, for coming in. I appreciate your comments and your support for all of the requests for this year. My question is, I think until the last year, investments in RCMP in Halifax had been, I think, a 20-year gap or a 15-year gap. I can't remember the exact detail. And I'm wondering if you have seen that kind of situation across Canada, and what do you see as the biggest impact here in Halifax in relation to RCMP fulfilling their mandate by us investing in the RCMP, particularly in the community office model?
Thank you for your question. So the last, I'll say, 5 or 6 years has certainly been an evolving period, or an era for evolving in policing models and staffing. I'll say, for example, police officers, the expectations that they are the social workers and the psychologists has been taken away. It's no secret that public safety investments also need to be included in things like healthcare, for example. But I think everyone, Canadian society, municipalities across the country, are starting to realize that police officers, despite that they are a specific trade in the public safety realm, the need for them to be adequately staffed doesn't slow down from that need to increase. Like, there's always going to be an increasing need for it, especially in communities like the HRM, which is expanding significantly. The request, for example, for Eastern Passage that I had mentioned, if we don't adequately fund where there's a population growth there, if we don't adequately fund the policing services there, it does draw Because we are a first responder type of agency, they do either critical mass movements or sometimes just the nature of the calls will take resources from everywhere. So I will suggest that perhaps if there's a resource need in Eastern Passage because of a lack of resources there, it will draw from other places in the HRM. I know that in critical mass situations, they draw from all over the province, and sometimes neighboring provinces. It's common, though, that on a more local level, you'll start to see, for example, let's say something small scale, like somebody calls in sick. There may be a need to fill that gap from Sackville, where in the HRM is kind of our epicenter for our call or our need for services, right? So.
Thank you. I have a few more minutes. I have a follow-up question. In situations where we have a community like Eastern Passage that is growing and expects to grow more all across HRM, when we don't invest in the appropriate and adequate policing services, personnel, to be on the ground in a model that they can see and feel the shift of how policing is done in a community. On the members, if we don't invest in them, how does that affect the members' capacity to serve and protect and not become disheartened and maybe worn out by the kind of pressures that they're experiencing? This is more about, my question is more about, how does this affect the personnel when we don't have the investments in the areas where they know they should have, and that they're being spread out, spread thinly?
I'll do my best to answer that question in
Just
5
in your
minutes.
opinion. Yeah.
It's I will allude to the fact that the HRM, like I said, is the fastest growing municipality. The population is growing at an exponential rate, comparatively speaking, to, say, rural Cape Breton, for example. The members that we have on the ground are very gainfully employed. They are operating near, I won't say critical mass, but there are times that it's very frequently there. Over time, that has a significant draw on our ability to deliver that service. It's no secret that any first responder type of agency, you're going to have difficulties in, it's a tough job, just like paramedics, first responders, search and rescue personnel. You're exposed to trauma on a very regular basis. You have a lot of other factors that are external and out of your control that will chip away at your ability to effectively do the job. If you are supported through adequate staffing levels, equipment, etc., it alleviates the pressure everywhere. So it's a full picture type of investment that I'm trying to paint here, in the sense that, yes, if we're short staffed and if we're constantly calling in overtime, our members will gladly take an overtime shift to help buy more Christmas gifts or pay for that vacation, but there is a chip away factor, and that is there's an erosion that it's not sustainable, and that sustainable piece is what I like to try to bring everyone's attention to. There's also a balancing act, so to speak, on community needs to that investment as well. So that 109% increase in proactive enforcement in the HRM has nothing to do with I'll say traffic enforcement. It's strictly to do with intelligence-led deployment of policing resources in the municipality. So they take the data and the stats that they have week to week, month to month, and they will deploy the proactive resources that they have to deal with that. So if there's a hotspot for criminal activity in a certain area or a certain crime group, what have you, they redeploy the resources, and that redeployment has resulted in the 109% increase in proactive enforcement.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we need to end there. Madam Chair, with
thank
your
you,
indulgence,
Councillor
I
Kent.
just
You are
want to say
finished.
thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being with us this morning. I just had a question about what the data is showing in Eastern Passage, what the trends are. We have population growth all over HRM, but it doesn't necessarily translate into more crime in certain areas. So what is the data showing about the need for the increased presence in that community?
Thank you, Again, for your question, as I understand as well, the RCMP will be presenting later on, so I will let them to really do a deep dive on the statistical need. And we maintain a very good and healthy relationship with the RCMP as well. So we've read their presentation. They're the holders of the data. I'm going to suggest that if they're asking for those 6 additional positions as well as a CART team in that area, and I know that the HRM again is expanding into the Eastern Passage, is no longer considered very much part of this urban municipality. The need for the 6 members there is leaning more towards that acute phase now, because your response times are going to be higher as the rest of the municipality grows. We don't want to take the resources away from other places. Eastern Passage deserves that top tier police service just as well as the core of downtown Halifax, Sackville, Tantallon, what have you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Thank you very much. And so our next speaker is Ben Hammer, then Wendy Thomas, and then Ron Jeppesen.
Hello. I'd like to apologize for not preparing as thoroughly as I have for my Tight 5 on this transit budget as I have in previous years. The business plan and KPI report dropped Friday while I was on my way to Toronto for the Eglinton Crosstown opening, and I just landed back late last night. 24-hour service on the 320 to the airport will be a game changer. First, I'd like to thank Halifax Transit for implementing my recommendations for improving KPI reports. Formatting the PDFs for 8.5 by 11 in landscape orientation makes it more legible to read on computer screens, which is how most people read them, while still allowing for ease of print. Presenting each metric with what's being measured and how, identified trends and analysis of these trends, as well as how the insight can be put into action to inform future service planning, it gives a much more cohesive view on how things are working and where specifically there's room for improvement. Looking at passenger overloads, the majority occur during PM peak on weekdays. I'm interested to see loss of service by time of day to cross-reference loss of service against passenger overloads. I have a hunch these two are connected, as drivers with split shifts are struggling to make it across town from the end of their morning shift to the beginning of their afternoon shift. Loss of service isn't only a result of vehicle reliability, but of staff availability. Talking to operators from other agencies using the same scheduling software, the software has been generating driver shifts by stringing routes together to optimize for how long drivers are contractually allowed to be at the wheel, but without regard for geography. As a result, it's typical for service blocks not to end where they begin, and afternoon shifts rarely begin where a driver's morning shift ends. Transit isn't reliable enough to get a bus driver to their afternoon shift, resulting in loss of service. This wouldn't be an issue if there was an effort to ensure drivers begin and end the split in their shift in the same place. Drivers are paid about 30 minutes of travel time to their afternoon shift, but this is rarely long enough to get across town to where their afternoon shift begins, at least not by transit, and it's even a stretch by car given traffic congestion. Some bus drivers set up ad hoc car sharing. Each service or pick change every 3 months. Drivers find others with complementary shifts. My morning shift ends where yours began, so I can drive your car to my afternoon shift, and another driver will drive it from there to their afternoon shift, which is where your evening shift ends, so you have your car to get home at night. That's a sense of the unpaid logistics planning drivers do off the clock to make sure they can clock in to keep our city moving. If service blocks began and ended in the same place, or shift splits began and ended in the same place, we should likely see less PM peak passenger overloads because drivers will make it to their afternoon shifts more predictably. We do need a transfer-based network for riders, but we need a hub-and-spoke scheduling system for drivers, with each service block consisting of out and back runs from a hub station where additional buses and drivers are available on standby to fill in gaps. We also need to plan service expansion at the rate of staffing. A net increase of 10 drivers the last quarter is a good start, but we're well off from on track for BRT. Adding service hours faster than staffing is leading to trips being cut on short notice without capacity to communicate cancellations to riders in the cold. If I can routinely get a cab, Uber, or Lyft within 5 minutes any time of day, anywhere in the city, we have the labor pool of professional drivers. But transit isn't providing a compelling enough value proposition as an employer to attract more of this labor pool. Most Uber drivers only drive part-time, but most Uber rides are delivered by drivers that make it a full-time job. These are gig workers who drive in from the housing they can afford on the exurban fringe, transporting up to 2 passengers per hour, 8 hours a day. Transit is transporting nearly 20 passengers per staff hour. That's roughly 10 times the capacity of gig work drivers. Like, we have the labor pool of drivers, but we're not effectively using them to move our city. Traffic congestion is identified as a key factor for improving transit's on-time performance, and a significant share of that congestion is gig work drivers deadheading between passengers who ordered rides because transit service was inadequate to meet their needs. And we don't know how much traffic congestion comes from Uber and other gig work apps, as they've done little reporting. Atrium has the ability to ask for reporting, but has yet to do so. And it's not just doing background checks on the drivers, but looking at how much vehicle mileage in the city. And traffic congestion comes from those gig work apps. So, in summation, keep up the good work on transparent reporting of KPIs to improve service. Look at scheduling hub and spoke driver shifts to ensure there is backup capacity at those hubs to pick up when shifts fall behind. And try to hold Uber and other services to the same reporting standards so we have a sense of how much they're contributing to or addressing congestion in the city to keep us all moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hammer. Thank you. Thank you for being on time. The next speaker is Wendy Thomas. Ron Jefferson is next, and then Kevin Russell.
Good morning, councillors and mayor.
Good morning.
Thank you for the time to speak this morning. My name is Wendy Thomas. I am the manager for Asset Protection Division with Loblaw Companies Limited, which also includes Shoppers Drug Mart. I'm here today, of course, to carry on with the theme of the morning of supporting police budgeting. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today about a growing issue affecting retailers, employees, and communities across the country, including here in Halifax. Organized retail crime is what I'd like to speak about. So organized retail crime, or ORC, is not the same as opportunistic shoplifting. What we are continuing to see is coordinated groups who plan their thefts, move between multiple stores, and target specific high-value product categories. These groups operate with increasing mobility and, in many cases, increased aggression. The result is not only financial loss for businesses, but real safety concerns for frontline workers and customers. To illustrate the scale of organization of the issue, I'd like to share a recent case. So an offender connected to a larger retail theft ring was responsible for 45 known thefts, totaling approximately $209,000 in stolen merchandise, which was primarily cosmetics. These thefts spanned both Shoppers Drug Mart and Loblaw locations. This is a clear example of what we are facing. There are not isolated incidents. They are coordinated repeat offenders across multiple jurisdictions, targeting the same products and supplying a larger network that profits from stolen product. We are also seeing organized groups travel between cities, specifically to commit retail theft. In one investigation, a traveling ORC group targeted more than 75 stores across the country, resulting in over $300,000 in merchandise losses. 8 of those stores were here in Halifax, accounting for significant losses. This demonstrates the organized retail crime is not just a local issue, it's a national problem that directly impacts Halifax businesses, employees, and consumers. At the same time, we continue to see the impact of repeat chronic offenders at the local level. In one case, a single individual has been apprehended 59 times over the last several years. And as you can imagine, those 59 files are not going to the same officer. So different officers are picking up files, not realizing a connection between. That level of repetition highlights a difficult reality when there are limited consequences or limited capacity to manage repeat offenders. The same individuals cycle through the system and continue to commit thefts. This creates ongoing risk for employees, ongoing costs for businesses, and an ongoing drain on police and court resources. From an investigative standpoint, organized retail crime should be approached more like we approach drug trafficking or other organized criminal activity. The focus cannot be solely on the individual offender at store level. Many of these individuals are being directed, financed, or exploited by larger groups or unethical businesses that are driving demand for stolen product, often leveraging addiction and other vulnerabilities. Offender management is still vital. Arrests, trespass enforcement, and store-level interventions remain necessary. But if we only address the individual offenders, we are treating the symptom, not the source. To truly reduce organized retail crime, enforcement efforts must focus on networks behind it, the resellers, the organized rings, and the operations that create demand for stolen goods. This requires coordinated investigations, intelligence sharing, surveillance resources, and the ability to build complex multi-jurisdictional cases. Organized retail crime is a community safety issue, an economic issue, and a policing resource issue. Addressing it effectively requires a coordinated approach that targets both the offenders and the organizations behind them, and that requires the resources to do so, which is what we are promoting. We would like that for the police. So thank you for your time and for your commitment to keeping Halifax safe.
Thank you so very much. We do have a question from Councillor Young, if you'll allow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Wendy. Mine's on demographics. So the demographics of most of the ORCs, is there a higher propensity of youth being used in the organized crime?
I wouldn't say a higher propensity, but we have seen it. We have seen very young individuals, which would appear as a family unit being used in those operations. We've seen more of a trend of originating in like Toronto, Quebec areas, and then migrating down through New Brunswick and into the Halifax region.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Thank you so very much. Our next speaker is Ron Jeppesen, and then Kevin Russell, and then it will be Jacob White by Zoom.
Good morning, Madam Chair, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ron Jeppesen. I'm the president of the Eastern Shore Ground Search and Rescue Team. I'm here today to broadly represent the 4 ground search and rescue teams in HRM and my own team in particular. There are a number of new faces around the table, so I'll give a very brief overview. HRM's 4 teams number over 300 GSAR volunteers. We're available 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to search for lost or missing persons in urban or wilderness environments, on coastal or inland waterways, and to assist other first responders in civil emergencies or in any way we're required. Currently, our team has about 85 active members. This year, we spent 2,800 hours searching, 13,000 hours on training, and 2,000 hours on public outreach and fundraising, and our workload increases annually. I made a presentation to council this time last year, thank you, which in essence was a plea for funds to cover the basic operational requirements of all 4 teams. Perhaps that presentation helped. In any event, we received funding for fiscal 2025, which actually met our operational requirements. Our team has been in operation for 51 years. This was the first year during that entire period when we received sufficient funding to cover operational costs. In addition, we also received an allotment to start us on the path to having PPE in the form of weatherproof shell jackets. To that point, I want to take this opportunity to express a sincere thank you to Council and staff of Public Safety from all 4 teams for recognizing what we do and ensuring that we had the financial wherewithal to continue for another year. I'd also like to stress that this is not a time to take your foot off the financial gas pedal. From years of making do with very little, we have a lot of catching up to do. We're hopeful that you keep in mind that we still require the balance of our PPE, together with funds for tactical and operational uniform wear, In addition, we're hoping to do a strategic plan this year, and we've been led to believe that HRM may provide funding for that as well. Sufficient amounts of operational funding are vital, but the critical subject of capital funding requirements is long overdue and needs to be addressed. Our team is in dire need of a new command and control vehicle. Our existing converted school bus is 25 years old. It has recurring mechanical issues. Many parts are no longer available. It was built to fill the needs of 25 years ago. It's no longer capable of meeting current requirements. That's one item. We currently operate out of a 2,000 square foot building of indeterminate age and structural integrity. That's a fair bit smaller than the average size of a new home. We're situated on a small residential lot. We keep our old command vehicle in that building, so we have room for less than half our members for training or meetings at any given time. If we move the bus outside, everyone's parking on busy highway number 7. We turn the heat on in the building only when we're using it. So for training and meetings, we just wear numerous layers and strain to hear the instructor over the groaning of the old furnace. We have no available source of potable water. We also have a half-ton truck, 2 half-ton trucks, a new van on the way, a boat and kayaks with trailers. Some of this is crammed into a small unheated garage and a sea container. Everything else lives outside. In short, we have long ago outgrown our base and we need to move. Our catchment area is one of the fastest growing areas in HRM, and our membership is growing accordingly. We do not need a palace. We need to build a much larger functional working space with room to store vehicles and equipment that has heat and water on a suitable size piece of accessible land. Both our new command vehicle and the building are essential to allow us to continue with the level of service that we wish to provide and that HRM requires. Our fundraising efforts are certainly not capable of this task, and we are asking for Council and Public Safety Division to help us find funding solutions toward these goals. One final moment. We work constantly with HRP and RCMP. The people that we work with are amazing. So when they come looking to you for money, please give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. I see, Councillor Hensby has a question for you.
I just want to say thanks, Ron, to you and the team. Thanks for coming in today. I really appreciate all the efforts you do. And it just seems like yesterday we bought that bus. It was a long time ago. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Members of council will take our morning break and come back at 11:10. Let's see how many of you guys can get back on time. Thank you. And what almost got everyone back. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. Our next speaker is Kevin Russell, and then Jacob White by Zoom, and then Ursula Echtelt.
Good morning, Mayor Fillmore, Committee Chair Deagle Gammon, and councilors and fellow residents. My name is Kevin Russell. I am the Executive Director of Rental Housing Providers Nova Scotia. I am here today not just to speak from the perspective of rental housing providers. I'm here to speak on behalf of more than 1,000 residents of our municipality who are telling you to stop the proposed property tax increases. I have brought a copy of the completed form from every person who have signed up to stop the property tax hike. I have them here. There's over 1,100 of them. If anybody wants to take a time to go through them, I'd be happy to distribute them. These citizens, your voters, are making one thing clear. The proposed 10.9% property tax increase is unacceptable. Mayor Fillmore and councilors, we understand the municipality is facing budget pressures, but so do our residents. Affordability has been a top-of-mind issue for many of them. Halifax families are already suffering from a double-digit water rate hike. This water hike will be more than 18% as of April 1st. Power bills keep climbing. Groceries cost more every week. The worst thing is we don't know when we'll get a break from these increases. What we know right now is there's a single mother in Fairview choosing between paying for groceries or paying for her child's winter coat. There's a senior in Cole Harbor wanting to warm up her house during the snowstorm, but rethinking it just because of the increasing power bills piling up with the increasing water bills. There are people in every one of the 16 districts represented at this council who are wondering why how they will be able to afford a property tax increase 5 times the rate of inflation. What we want to know right now is that people can't afford another 10.9% property tax increase. This property tax hike is breaking point for people. Approving this hike means the council is choosing not to listen to its residents. And here's what makes this worse. This is just not a one-time hit. Your own draft budget projects an average increase of 10% each year and every year for 5 years. Residents do not have unlimited funds. They can't keep writing checks to support more spending by the municipality. They can't be expected to pay 50% more over the next 5 years. We understand the municipality is facing budget deficit. Therefore, we're calling council to adopt an affordability lens and implement, firstly, a hiring freeze and operational efficiency review. Secondly, project prioritization Stop saying yes to everything. Thirdly, living within your means like every Halifax household does. And last but not least, rejecting this 10.9% increase and returning with a responsible budget. Mayor Fillmore and councilors, more than 1,000 residents are urging you to stop the proposed property tax hike. They don't want to hear you blame other levels of government. They want you to take responsibility for the spending that is under your control. Take control of the tax rates that you have 100% control over. The choice is yours. We trust you will make a choice that will benefit all residents who elected you to these council seats to represent their voice and their choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin has a question for you, if you'll allow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Little, for coming in your presentation today. We've certainly received many of those emails that organized by the campaign. I'm just curious, as an organization, do you have specific recommendations as to the services that we should cut? Because it's taxes or services. We don't really have another option.
Well, I mean, this is why you're here today. You're discussing the budget. Where you're going to cut is going to be totally up to you. I'm not here to influence the cutting or make suggestions. I'm just saying that this has to be done, whether it's services or it's head count at City Hall. There has to be a reduction at some place. People simply can't afford this tax increase and the future tax increases. This is going to have a big impact on costs for renters, for owners of rental buildings, for owners of rental properties. It's going to be a dynamic that's going to change the way things are done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Mayor Fillmore has a question for you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, for sharing your message. Your organization recently undertook a survey. I wonder if you would mind sharing some of the prominent takeaways, what you learned in that survey, particularly with regard to what you learned is important to HRM residents and
There's the two most important points that stuck out from the survey was that 74% of the respondents were not happy with the direction council was taking, particularly when it comes to spending priorities, and the other point was 69% that also were not happy with the proposed increases. So it's a pretty large number, and it shows actually the 69% was they were saying that you were out of sync with your with residents for their needs and services. Yes.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Fillmore. Councillor Morse has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly have received a lot of emails as a result of your campaign. I'm just wondering what, if the increase goes ahead as it is proposed now, what would that mean for rents?
What it means for rents is that rents will go up because property taxes is an operating cost of operating a rental building, just like any other expenses, and any other expenses flow to rents. This will probably result in multiple years of increases because just the size of the rent, the tax increase, and so this is really going to have an impact on rents for several years. And it's interesting what we're finding and what we're learning from our surveys is that renters are now realizing what's driving rent. For the longest time, they were pointing to the landlord, but now they're recognizing the fact that the biggest drivers of rent is government and utilities, and they see that, and so it'll be interesting how that plays out over the next year or so, because they are, I mean, each month there's a rental report that comes out, and now it's a focus of the media. Halifax has high rents compared to the rest of the country now. We lead, but the fact is that people are starting to recognize what's driving the rents.
But you represent some of the largest and most profitable landlords in the city. So is there no room for them to absorb some of this increase?
Setting rents is basically a fluid situation. It's going to really impact the small family managed businesses that will push out some to leave. Many are leaving now, and so there will be a reduction in rent. And the cost of rent is reflective, whether you're a small landlord or a large landlord. It reflects the cost of operating. Property taxes and fees make up about 40% of operating expenses. So it has a significant impact on rents. You can't simply eat that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. We have one more question, sir, from Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much for your presentation here today, as well as your chain email website. Too bad you didn't have an opportunity on there for the people who write in to notify what district they live in. Out of the 1,000 so far, I've only recognized 2 of them out of my district. So I was hoping there'd be a way you could modify that thing to show where they reside in. Also, I don't know if you're aware or not, but the municipality's got a tender call out for municipal service review, and that tender closes in 2 days' time, February 13th. And whoever the consultant will be should be awarded in 2 weeks' time. Their initial submission will be scheduled for September the 4th, with the final submission to municipality to October the 9th, with the presentation to this council on November the 10th of 2026. So when the consultation of that municipal service review is, I hope you and others will participate in that process, because we can hear about an increase, but you didn't answer where should we cut. We heard from the police, various people from the police issues today about having more police. I'm sure the firefighters are going to make a presentation as well, the need for firefighters. It'd be nice to know where do you think we should be able to cut services and not affect the taxpayers.
Thank you. What the survey is telling us is that people are supporting core issues. Anything that they that they deem as frivolous, we rather fix it first than rather replace it. They want to hold the line on that. They want to fix it first and replace it later when things are when the economy is much better.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hartling now has a question.
Thank you very much. In terms of the results of those, the survey and the questions that you asked and the responses that you got, I'd be very interested to see that. So if you're able to share that out, I'd be very interested, and I think maybe others would as well.
Well, I thought it was distributed among the councillors, and I'll redistribute it again this afternoon. I'll make sure you have a copy of it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Hinch has a question.
Thank you for coming in. Do you think the 4% that the province has put on the renters or is also a barrier as well? Because I find that the rents are being raised yearly no matter what because of that 4%.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the rent cap, and it's
The rent cap,
yeah,
yes.
it's at 5%.
Oh, is that 5%?
Yeah, it does have a bearing on rents, and it does result in annual increases. And keep in mind, there's a substantial part of the renting population that is under the cap, and they're paying much lower rents. So when you have to operate, you have to make sure that you have a balance at the end of the year to make sure that you're paying your expenses. And the only way to do that is making sure that the rent increases across the board. At one time, they used to you look at your rent roll and sort of massage it around that it made sense, and people who could have were less unable to grasp a whole increase, you would lower it and make it up someplace else. You used to be able to do that. Now you can't. You have to go flat right across the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinge. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Jacob White by Zoom. And then in person, it's Ursula Eckholt, then Paxton Romana by Zoom, and then Colin May in person here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I just had a couple comments regarding the Transportation Committee. I was not able to attend the meeting yesterday. I'm just voicing support for bus lanes and particularly for keeping them bus lanes. I know there's been a lot of talk about transitioning them to carpool lanes, and that kind of creates a variety of concerns to me. I feel like the current bus lanes are not really monitored that closely regarding if a driver drives in the bus lane. I really rarely see people being ticketed or that being enforced. So I'm quite worried that this will be abused quite a bit. And I'm worried that it will result in the bus lanes just filling up and not being very useful to transit, especially at a time when Halifax Transit is suffering from one of its lowest on-time performances. So I think investing in public transit would help ease congestion more. And another point that I don't know if I've seen talked about as much is that often these lanes are used by emergency vehicles, especially with the bus lanes going up on Robie Street that go close to the hospital. I think that's a really useful feature to have, and it will hurt emergency response times if we transition them to carpool. I also think if we're looking at easing congestion, a good step to look for would be a lot of streets have a lot of parking. Look at Quinpool, for example, which I just thought of because the other speaker was mentioning that. It has parking, and I really think that transitioning some of the parking lanes into carpool lanes or other lanes could be a better step forward. And I'll also add that I've been fortunate enough that I've been able to travel to quite a few different cities throughout my life. And I feel like it's pretty consistent that all the cities I've been to that have the best traffic flow and the least amount of congestion are the cities that are more transit oriented. And in turn, the other ones that don't seem to be transit oriented seem to struggle a lot more with that. And the only other comment I had was, yes, I know yesterday it was talked about extending the airport bus a bit to Fall River. I know that was not recommended in the end, but I'm just wondering if there's ever been any consideration into extending it to Enfield as well. I understand that Enfield is a kind of an interesting area because part of it's in East Hampton, part of it's in HRM. But I know at least a couple years ago, that was the second fastest growing community, the Enfield to Lance corridor in Nova Scotia. And there's going to be over 20,000 people there once the new developments are finished. And I think having something like a park and ride even in the Enfield section could be very useful for residents of that area. And I know the reason why the Fall River bus was not proceeded with was that it would add too much time to the airport bus commute. But extending it to Enfield, for example, wouldn't add anything because you're just having a stop further on. It's not affecting the portion from the airport to Halifax. So yeah, in general, I just wanted to voice my support for the bus lanes and voice my concern that transitioning them to carpool lanes could have a negative impact on transit and in turn push more people to their cars and harm congestion.
Thank you very much. I see no questions for you. So our next speaker is Ursula Eckholt, and then it will be Paxton Romana by Zoom, and then Colin May. Welcome.
Madam Chair, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ursula Eckholt, and I'm here today as a taxpayer and as someone who works directly in rental housing. The 2026 assessments, combined with a proposed tax increase of nearly 11%, is not a routine budget adjustment. It is a structural affordability problem. And if this direction continues, we are looking at cumulative increases that could approach 40% over 4 years. That is not sustainable for households, for rental housing, or for the broader local economy. Rental housing in Halifax is carrying a disproportionate and largely invisible share of the municipal tax burden. Many of the buildings I oversee will see tax bills equivalent to roughly 2 months' rent. Included in those bills are charges for services we do not receive, most notably municipal garbage collection. Multi-unit residential buildings are not eligible for this service, yet they collectively pay tens of millions of dollars for it every year. Conservative estimates place that cost at roughly $60 million annually. This is not about efficiency. The municipality incurs no collection, hauling, or disposal costs for these buildings. This is taxation without service at scale. It is a hidden subsidy embedded in the tax base. Rental housing is also disproportionately affected by the provincial assessment cap. Because most rental and newly built properties are uncapped, they absorb tax burden shifted away from capped residential homes. Estimates suggest this redistribution costs the rental sector between $35 and $53 million every year, regardless of the service or the ability to pay. As the provincial government has been clear that they will not remove the capped assessment program, we have urged them to give our sector the same protection under the cap as enjoyed by the owners of single-family homes, mobile homes, and condos. These two structural issues place an estimated $97 to $115 million annual subsidy burden on rental housing in the HRM area. That cost does not disappear. It shows up in deferred maintenance, reduced reinvestment, pressure on rents. At the same time, rental increases are legally capped at 5%. In many ways, the municipality now finds itself in the same position as landlords. A municipal revenue stream treated as unlimited is now constrained by the taxpayer's ability to pay. The difference is that rental housing providers have capped revenue growth while facing rising taxes, utilities, labor costs, and insurance all at once. That reality creates urgency, not just to raise revenue, but to modernize how this municipality budgets and governs itself. When reviewing the budget direction for 26-27, several clear choices emerge. Compensation is the single largest cost driver, accounting for roughly 43% of that increase. Council must insist on moderation in collective bargaining outcomes. Reserve contributions are policy-driven, not legislated. Slowing replenishment timelines and tying reserve growth to deferred capital projects would materially reduce pressure on taxpayers. Carry forward costs from last year, nearly $24 million, must be reassessed. Not every prior approval should automatically become permanent. Staff have been clear on service enhancements. Approving none is the most effective way to contain taxes. If reductions are required, they should focus on non-essential services, not core infrastructure. Grants and contribution agreements, identified as discretionary by staff, should be temporarily reduced, escalators paused, and multi-year agreements revisited. At the same time, Council must accept that property taxes alone cannot fund an ever-expanding list of services. User-based fees, cost recovery, and income-qualified programs must become part of that solution. Finally, budgeting cannot continue in silos. The financial decisions of HRM and Halifax Water land on the same taxpayers. Governance and oversight must reflect reality, not operate in isolations. And I'll close with this. Affordability is not preserved by intentions, messaging, or deferring hard choices. It is preserved by discipline. Every dollar added to this budget has a real payer, and for many taxpayers, especially renters and the housing providers that serve them, that limit has already been reached. Council still has the opportunity this year to choose restraint over expansion, necessity over convenience, and fairness over quiet cost shifting. I urge you to take it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions for you, please. First up is Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think you very well laid out the situation for rental units. I represent Spryfield-Sambro Loop. I have a number of smaller rental apartment buildings in my district. Many of them are owned by small landlords who own maybe 1, 2, 3 buildings. They're certainly not the big guys. What I'm hearing is that they're being put into a situation where they can't, they have to figure out how to absorb those costs, or they're looking at selling. And they're more and more not able to make the math work and selling. In that, I see kind of larger landlords with deeper pockets and more REITs and CREITs kind of buying up buildings, redeveloping them. So it's an affordability issue for my district. But I'm just wondering if you have any kind of insight into the smaller landlords and their ability to absorb these cost increases and kind of what's happening in the industry. Because I think it is concerning when we start to see a consolidation of our real estate into fewer and fewer hands.
Question. Your concern is very real. I work in the rental housing sector. It's a fact. When smaller landlords sell, they get picked up by larger landlords. The risk with that is, of course, the diversification. So right now we have a wonderful mix of different kinds of rental housing accommodations. That trend will go towards larger, almost like monopolies, I would say, most definitely. The smaller landlords are the moms and pops, not only moms and pops, but actually, before COVID, younger couples who have purchased a home, perhaps with a rental suite attached to help finance the mortgage. The challenges they face if the renter does not pay the rent, in addition to the rising costs and taxes, means personal bankruptcy. And I can't think of anybody, not even in this room, that would be that supportive to go bankrupt for somebody else. There is no room for absorption for small landlords. You have 1 or 2 units. If one unit turns out with a non-paying renter, that's 50% of the rental income gone. How are you supposed to cover all your costs with 50%? Because the costs are 100%.
Right. And are the smaller, like if you have a secondary unit, is that not covered under the, like that wouldn't be the same as if you had an 8-unit building in terms of what you're being taxed, residential versus kind of a residential commercial? Like how?
Well, if you are newer, yeah. So if you are a newer home buyer, you don't fall under the cap, do you?
Right.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Deputy Mayor, for this nice segue into my question around the rental cap. Thanks very much, Ursula, for your presentation. You went through a lot of things, and you put some numbers out there in terms of what the impact of the possible impact, I think, is what you said, of the fact that rental properties are not capped is 35 to 53 million. I think those were the numbers you quoted. One of the things that I'm interested in knowing is your views on kind of the tax burden that rental properties pay. I think you were alluding to the fact that residential properties are capped, so the revenue for municipalities has to come from somewhere, and it's possibly coming from rental properties. So maybe you can speak to that issue a bit, if that's what you were getting at. It was very quick, so I may not have understood.
So not possibly, we are paying for all those households, homes, properties that are capped. The money has to come from somewhere. And if the properties that are capped, you can't increase the taxes on that, but the costs are higher and they're rising, and we have all these things that we want that cost a lot of money. It ends up on us. Where else is it going to come from, right? I think one of my biggest beefs is garbage collection. We don't get that service.
it's in all of my tax bills, all the properties that I look after. We have to contract that out at a very high cost. What is the Halifax municipality doing with the subsidy that I'm providing through the garbage collection? Where's that money going? There's no effort behind, there's no cost or expense behind that portion of revenue. Okay. Except maybe the accounting for it.
Okay.
Right?
Maybe I'll try my question a different way. So the number of 35 to 53 million, what was that?
Oh, those are the statistics provided to me by the rental housing providers of Nova Scotia.
Yes.
And the value is, that's the difference. The capped, like what if, the scenario is, what if there was no cap?
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
So the total value of that, the difference between the capped and the uncapped, and then the 35 to the 53 is spread out over the estimated number of rental housing units in the Halifax Regional Municipality. So depending on which area you are, it could possibly, be the 35 million annually for the group, or it can be as high as 53. I did not go in depth into the statistics on where the weight of the burden is of the properties in town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have a follow-up question if I still have time, Chair.
You are out of time, but I will allow the follow-up.
Okay. You used a term, quiet cost shifting. I've heard about quiet quitting. I hadn't heard of quiet cost shifting. It's an interesting term. I think you were alluding to us shifting costs, maybe becoming involved with services that, are perhaps outside the core. Maybe can you speak to what you meant by that? And also, do you have areas, to pick up on Councillor Austin's earlier question, do you have areas that you would suggest that we should not be a priority for the municipality?
I'll answer the last question first. I absolutely do. I love bike riding. I love bike lanes. I lived in Europe. I see how wonderful they are. It is not a priority from my tax-paying perspective and from my properties. For me right now, that is an amenity. The money will not have the quickest impact on our traffic. That is a long-term approach. I'll give you an analogy. I have a building. The boiler is 25 to 30 years old. I've patched it and fixed it and repaired it a couple of times. It's ready to burst. My building and my tenants need heat. The building also has an amenity space, a party room, let's say. And I had plans to actually, upgrade it, paint it, put in a nice TV, do something nice for my tenants. What do you think I'm going to choose? I don't have money for both. I choose the boiler system because that is my responsibility. I'm accountable to the properties and to the tenants that live there, and I need to make sure that they are preserved and safe and warm. So projects like the bike lanes, when I see an automatic yes to a budget override of 70 million without further investigation of how can we perhaps achieve the same goal with lesser money, I am really appalled. I work so hard for my money. All the tenants work hard for their money, and yet council says, yeah, we already proved this a couple of times. We talked about it. We should have had this done a couple of years ago. Now it costs 70 million because we deferred it. The cost is atrocious. So my appeal is think about at least considering different means, more cost-effective means to implement something like that.
So I'm going to say that we are over time, Councillor Steele. Thank you. We have two other questions on the board here. So Mayor Fillmore and then Catherine Morse.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you also for bringing it on the footing of solutions oriented. would you be willing to share your speaking remarks with the council by email?
My what?
Your speaking notes?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you very much.
yeah.
I'm going to just pass you an email address, okay?
Thank you, Mayor Fillmore. Councillor Morse.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in today and speaking to us. We recognize that small rental landlords are in an especially difficult position. I'm just wondering how you feel about transit and how that serves some of your renters.
I think there's still a lot of improvements that can be made. I would personally be more for investing in the public transit, rapid transit. I'm familiar with carpool or a park and ride. In Europe, for example, they offer parking lots on the outside perimeters where people can just park the cars there, actually no cost, and then take the bus directly into certain centers. I know the bus lanes and the other use for them is somewhat in discussion. I'm actually for high occupancy vehicles using the lanes. I think just the argument, there are hiccups or challenges with it. It shouldn't just be taken as face value. There are ways to monitor or at least try it out in certain sections of the city. Test runs don't cost much, and you can see where they would have the biggest impact. In Europe, sorry, I keep mentioning Europe, my place, my second home. Additional revenue is earned through selling passes to taxi drivers, to Ubers, in certain time frames of these bus lanes. Another source of revenue for the city. I mean, it's not only about, cutting services or reducing expenses. It's the same as us landlords. We have one source of revenue. The city has one source of revenue right now, that's the taxpayer. It is really time to start getting creative and thinking out of the box. And that's what I meant with user-driven services or fees, and not a blanket approach, because it's the same with the cap. Not everyone under the cap is necessarily an individual or a family that needs that kind of help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I guess what I heard was you support HRM investing more in transit.
Sure do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker by Zoom is Paxton Romana, and then here in Chambers will be Colin May.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I have a written statement, but I've been here since the start of the meeting and just need to respond to a few things as a community member. I want to appreciate I want to express my appreciation for Councillor Morse's question, specifically around community policing and the idea that a community police office in a library would create safety and a feeling of safety in the environment. When I had the privilege of working in multiple libraries and both public and academic. I'm so sorry. I have a senior rabbit in the room with me with chronic rhinitis. He may come up, but the idea that increased policing in libraries would make them safer is just untrue. A community police officer in the libraries would actually make them more unsafe. There is extensive research that shows that community policing actually increases the criminalization specifically of racialized youth who need the libraries. And also, if you want to have a conversation about policing in libraries, you need to talk to frontline staff. You need to talk to members of Nasupi Local 14, I believe, who are adamantly against police because they have seen how violent police officers have been with patrons. There is a video from last year, probably similarly around this time, of a woman who is maybe like 4'11", probably like 120 pounds soaking wet, yelling for medical attention, begging to be seen by a paramedic, and an officer is physically removing her from a library after her partner has just passed away in a single stall bathroom. And I apologize that I am being emotional, but when we talk about in council and in these chambers today, there's something that was quoted, said, someone said that behind every statistic are people. And I'm wondering where that sentiment is when we talk about the deaths that occur in libraries, the deaths that occur on the streets. Just this morning, while we've been in this meeting, someone was found frozen to death in their tent. And we are talking about removing a rent cap. A lot of people facing homelessness, and I know this through my own work, have like former like histories of incarceration, are released into homelessness, are escaping situations of intimate partner violence. And we are talking about increasing a budget to policing, removing rent caps. These are not going to help the people who need it most. And to be clear, I'm adamantly against any increase to the police budget specifically, because I was also present and speaking at the Board of Police Commissioners meeting where they asked for public feedback on these proposed increases. And only 2 people out of, I believe, the like 11 to 15 in attendance spoke in favor. And the fact that that budget came here untouched and just advocating for all these increases that the public was very clearly in majority against is disrespectful to your constituents. And I'm coming here, and I understand this is your job. I have the honor and privilege to live in District 8. I have been in Halifax for 3 years now. This is my 2nd year addressing council, I believe. And I know this is your job. I know it feels like work. And no matter how much we disagree with each other, I'll still see you at the grocery store. I still have relationships with your loved ones. You have relationships with my loved ones. And we still have to live with each other. Yet when I, amongst others, come here, sometimes like emotional like I am today, sometimes the most well-researched, like bordering academic people come in and give you all these like statistics and facts. And like you even have the defund the police report from some amount of years ago, giving you all of these recommendations saying, do not increase the police budget at all. Please prioritize the safety of your community members. And I'm so sorry I'm not getting to most of what I've said, but I think we need to really consider, and I urge you to consider, that behind every statistic are people, yes, and that sentiment is true when police have murdered 2 Indigenous men this year. You cannot be in favor of this brutalizing and harmful policing and call yourselves treaty people when you're governed by the peace and friendship treaties. Consider peace, consider friendship, consider your responsibility to this land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no questions for you, so we'll go on now. And the next registered speaker is Colin May.
Good morning, Colin May. My wife and I live in downtown Dartmouth. Lived in Metro since '74. I've heard I just wanted to pick up on the rental business and just remind all members of council that your pension plan relies significantly on investments in residential real estate, as does the Canada Pension Plan and every other public sector pension plan. Anyway, I remember listening to a council meeting where one member talked about how so many people in the Netherlands ride bicycles. Now, there was a time when I was younger, when I was in Rotterdam. The first time I was there for 20 days, and then after that I was in the city every day, every week for at least a day. And I only used public transit. I used the train or the bus. And because most of the Dutch are fluent in English, you can go on anyway. I could back then anyway. I could go anywhere in the city and just talk in a shop, a bar, a restaurant, whatever, in English. I'm concerned that whenever you've talked about the traffic problems, the staff have never given you detailed data as to the amount of traffic, where the traffic is, when is it. And yet, when you compare the traffic problem we have with Europe, you have to remember that we're rocky, we're not flat, we have a different climate. It's like comparing apples to blueberries. I went and looked up the price of gasoline in Europe. So in Canada here today it's $1.35. In Germany it's $2.68. If you go to Holland it's $3.27. Yet they have 6 or 8 lanes of traffic every day going into Amsterdam, going into Rotterdam. I went and printed it off, and the City of Amsterdam has a good document, most of it's in English, the details on pedestrians and traffic. And then this most recent one, The Hague overtakes Amsterdam as Dutch city with worst car traffic. Goodness me. When you read the numbers, they're a lot worse than these numbers. And so I think what we have to realize, I came to the solution after looking at different cities in North America and in Europe. And really our solution is, on the peninsula you have 80,000 people. You have 420,000 people off peninsula. And yet every day you got 5 days a week, you got all these cars, buses trying to get into here. Bicycle lanes aren't the answer. Transit isn't the answer. The fast ferry isn't the answer, in my opinion. What you need to do is make sure the jobs are where people live. And there's considering the small amount of people living on the peninsula, you really need to get more jobs off the peninsula, closer to where people live. Sounds revolutionary, but it would save you a lot of wear and tear on your roads, save people a lot of money on their gas bills, the headaches, and all that. And I can remember when I had a career and my office was in the Doyle building, and my workplace was actually at the 2 container terminals. Plus I had a telex machine so that I could be in contact with Australia, New Zealand, North America, Europe, Toronto, Montreal. And it's a lot worse than that because that's the 1980s. So I think you need the staff to provide you with detailed data of traffic. And until you get that, and I'll point out, I actually have it. But I'm not going to show it to you. It's up to your staff to get that data and then and then interpret it and come up with solutions to your traffic problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a question from Councillor Young for you, Colin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Colin. Thank you very much. So in the concept that you're talking about people working where they live, would that be similar to like a complete community concept?
People working
where they live?
Oh, it's close. I mean, I went and looked at Bedford West, and then I used PVSC to try and find out how many $1 million homes was. Well, it maxes out at 500. Then you'd have to do another search. Same number as Peninsula Halifax. I was amazed to see the development in West Bedford. And you say to yourself, where do these people work?
Yeah.
Somehow, if you moved more jobs into the Bedford-Sackville area, I totally, even though I vote Conservative, I totally disagree with the Premier on this. Everybody should be back in the peninsula. Yeah. I think it's nuts, quite frankly. It is not the solution. And when you when I walk along Bangdon Street, which is maybe a twice yearly event, to go to the theatre, right? It's a dead zone. And I'm like, but when I came here in Christmas Day 1970, it kind of dates me, but never mind. You walked on, I used to go to the one at the corner because you could buy British newspapers there and you could buy magazines. You could go, and the retail outlets on Bangdon was marvellous. It was a really significant place. And then the first credit card my wife ever had was Mills Brothers, and she still has it. So and then when we had kids, they would buy their clothes over in the Spring Garden Road district. And you go on it now, and I'm like, no, thank you. And I mean, we do face serious problems. There is no doubt about it. And the problem on Spring Garden Road is, when I think back to what I mean, I'm 81. So you think, you're not looking ahead too much at this age. You look back at what this city was like,
right,
and what it's become. It's not as nice as what it was, and it's kind of sad. But we go out to Dartmouth Crossing quite a bit because IKEA's there, and you should see the traffic coming out of there at 5 o'clock in a weekday. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare everywhere, I think. And I'm just fortunate because of where we live, our kids just got to walk 150 yards. And there they were at Bicentennial School. And then when it was high school, they crossed over and went to Dartmouth High. Now they don't even live here. I got one in China.
So I think we're past answering the initial question.
Thank you very much, Colin.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Thank you, sir. So that is the list of the registered speakers. We're going to break for lunch, but when we come back, we will ask 3 times from the gallery, and anyone who is present is able to speak. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay. Whoops. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the continuation of our budget meeting. We had finished the registered speakers, and now we can ask 3 times if there is anyone from the gallery that would wish to speak. So for the first time, anyone from the gallery that would wish to speak, and we see 3 hands. So please come up. 4. So please come up and just state your name. And we just remind everyone that keep your remarks respectful and directed to the chair, and that would be awesome. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Lou Campbell. I'm someone who lives in District 8. I didn't think I would be able to make it today because I go to school for trades, but we had our 5th snow day this year, and I just was pondering how funny that was, thinking back how $600,000 of the capital budget was spent last year on an armored vehicle when that's reserved for snow removal and things like that. And I wondered, what has the armored vehicle done for our community in this past year? Has anyone been saved? Has any good things happened to our community because of that armored vehicle? I don't think so. So here I am again. I don't really have much faith that I have the capability to change your mind. So my presence here today is simply just a reminder. The decisions you make in here get recorded. They get recorded in the history books, and people will look back and they'll say, oh yeah, here's where it went wrong. Here's where you continued to just keep funding police, and these increasingly militaristic uprisings we see in the United States are of grave risk here. And the decisions you make lead to that happening. They lead to those things happening. The more you fund the cops, the more that the violence in the community will increase. It has been proven that reform is not working. You need to change your tactic. And it's really frustrating as a community member to come here and keep saying the same thing. I'm sure it's really frustrating for you to sit here and listen to me every year. I hope it makes you uncomfortable, because I think discomfort is an important part of growth. And I hope that you sit in that discomfort and understand that these are real people. 2 Indigenous men were shot dead. Their families don't have a father anymore. These are real impacts. And emotion is not something that we should apologize for, ever, ever. Because it means that we care about our community. Just like I'm sure and hope that all of you do. And I trust that we may have differences in opinion. I trust that you care in your own way. We're all human beings. I don't want to dehumanize you. I don't want to insult you. I feel like I'm screaming into a void. The same thing every year happens, and nothing gets better. Someone just died of exposure, and there's a landlord up here complaining about their multi-units that don't get enough money anymore. Solve the problem of the people dying in the street first. How about? And then we can talk about your investments. Okay? And that is what I think that this council just please try and have a little bit of urgency with the horrible things that are happening in this city. And stuff is really bad down south in the United States, but it happens fast. It happens quick. We are not some separate entity that is not at risk of that type of stuff. Civilians are being shot in the street. And that just happened here. 2 Indigenous civilians shot dead. And we're going to give them more money? It's disgusting. It's disgusting to imagine. Be accountable to the things that you've done before we give you more and more and more to brutalize us. I can't handle it anymore. I almost didn't come today. And then snow day. Great. At least can we have some good snow removal instead of a $600,000 ARV? How about that? Please. Thank you.
Thank you. And now our next speaker from the gallery, if you'd please come and state your name as well, please.
Hi, my name is Sue. I'm from District 5. Also did not come today almost just because I do feel like I'm just a clown performance that's not wanted here. I'm just saying things that are not listened to, the community is not listened to, reason is not listened to, staff reports are not listened to, defund reports are not listened to. But then I spent the whole morning watching landlords argue that property tax should not increase because it might reflect well on tenants. We have no regulations on landlords and what reflects on tenants. And there were landlords of 1,000 property units. This landlord that spoke last manages 1,000 units, saying that property tax should not be increased and that they are treated as a small landlord. That is not the case. I don't think they can be making arguments for property tax not being reduced while tenants are not represented in that conversation. That was really concerning. So much back and forth this morning around theft, when that's not on the budget at all. That's not what's being discussed for the police budget, but there was so much back and forth in this council listening to this. Are we protecting small business owners and then complaining that we don't want to fund bike lanes because bike users are a small group of people and not the general public? Business owners are also a small group of people and not the general public. Once again, the police budget is not discussed so much. It will be passed on. Public members are complaining about frivolous spending. Police budget is frivolous spending. It's always rubber stamped. It's never looked at. There's always officers working overtime, ARVs, just money spent on technology when we're just fighting to have better transit, better housing. I use transit every day because I was pushed out of Halifax due to rental prices that is not regulated. The 5% cap does not do anything. And I have to rely on the ferry and the bus. The ferry is not running as much anymore, so I have to rely on the bus every day. Those are the issues that you are deciding on right now. You're not gonna not fund police, but you can just not do that. Yet we're discussing bike lanes, staff reports that was commissioned years ago that we're not listening to, spending money on those staff reports and then not listening to them and then doing more staff reports. We're not spending money on transit when the demand is going to keep increasing. The roads are blocked. The conversation today was really disturbing. I think it also reflects a lot of public members' concerns and who you listen to, who you don't listen to, who you engage in conversations with, who you don't engage in conversations with. I don't have an ending statement just because I don't see the point, but the conversation was concerning today. Fund transit, don't fund the police. That's it.
Thank you. And there's a third person in the row there that would like to come and speak. Thank you. If you would just state your name.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Hardery, and I'm here to speak for the exact reasons that my friends just did. We were at home watching this, and it was so infuriating that we literally got a taxi down here as quick as we possibly could. But there is just a few things that I want to mention. Having the public consultation before the presentations is absolutely ridiculous. Why are you hearing from us when we then after hear from the police, from fire, from everybody? The public consultation should be at the end, not before the presentations. This doesn't make any sense because then they get to talk, and once again, our only option is to email you after. So that is just infuriating. I don't think I'm going to say much that I've said many, many, many years before for previous years because we're all just repeating ourselves, and it kills my soul every time I walk into this building. Another thing I just wanted to say is, Kathy, is there a reason that you told the police that they could leave during the public consultations? Were they busy doing something else? Because I heard
Excuse me, I can answer that if you'd like.
That would be nice, yeah.
Sure. We're going to be stopping at 3:00 today, and the next presentation is transit. And I just thought that they would be better off going back and doing their jobs, that they didn't have to sit here through it. That's all.
What about the fire people or?
If the same invitation was given to them.
okay, I just saw you come down, talk to the police, then the police left. But I think the police should be hearing the public consultations. No, I think that's important because they definitely don't listen to you on the street. And I just want to say that the violence, like the other day, I've stopped at multiple arrests now. I've seen people begging for medical help, saying that the cops are applying way too much pressure. I've seen people cry. I've seen people, and the cops don't give them any medical help until I come up or someone else comes up and is like, it is their right to do that. And then they will finally be like, fine, only when there's eyes on them. Police are increasingly brutal, and every single time you give them more money, they become more brutal. And the level of dissociation or like disconnect that you guys have truly from the real experiences of people who actually deal with the police all the time is, it's just like, it's impossible to even make. And then like, just to come back to like rent and the fact that like we all had to listen to landlords that chose this business, and they get to come up here and be absolute babies to you guys, being like, don't raise the tax hike, even though we took this business investment, we took this business, I'm talking as a landlord, business risk. The 5% cap is the most minimal help possible. If that 5% cap leaves, I'm out of my apartment, and I have no idea where I'm going to live after that, because every other apartment is at least $1,000 more a month. And if we're talking about before COVID crime to now COVID crime, what also goes along with that these landlords never talk about? The increase in homelessness, the increase in fixed term leases, the increase in evictions, the increase in demolitions of affordable homes, over 8,000 in the last few years. Where do you think these people go? Like, every single one of you could be pushed to what society calls crime. Every single one of you. And it's all of your decisions. Every single one of you. Just make these decisions and be like, I'm just doing my job. How can you value a retirement plan over actual human beings' housing? Housing should never be able to be financialized like this. There's already 1,000 like subsidy breaks for them. It's just so impossible. Like, I'm not saying half the things that I even wanted to say, and this is beyond not articulate, because honestly, I feel like I'm going to throw up. But it's ridiculous. I hope none of you take any of these landlords seriously and business properties to own 1,000 properties to come up here and say that their revenue matters more than our rent price. Like, they only have one source of income. Like, we don't only have one source of income. Is that a joke? Do they ever show you their profits? They just tell you how much money they had to spend, but they never show you your profits. They never show you their second homes in Europe, their 3 homes somewhere else. That's all. I know you don't have any questions, but if you do.
Actually, thank you for speaking in. There is a question. Councillor Hensby.
Just to let you know, you can come to these budget meetings anytime to speak on any matter. So you could have waited till the police had their presentation of budget and come the following day to speak. You don't have to come and speak on the agenda item itself. So you can come, like, for instance, tomorrow or the next day after hearing the budget from the police department and speak to it. You don't, so just let you know that.
Okay, I was also told that you actually can only speak during the public consultation, and that the public are not welcome to talk on days of council and budget. So I don't know what you mean. Can you clarify? Because I have talked at the police, budgets and stuff. Like,
for instance, we haven't, after the public hearing today, or the public participation day, we're going to have transit coming up to do their budget. If there's something about transit you want to talk about after you've seen the presentation, you can come the next day.
Councillor, that's not quite accurate for the public. There are scheduled public participation days. So this is the scheduled time to speak with respect to the public safety mandate, which includes police and fire. So this meeting will be adjourned and will continue on. And then the next opportunity will be next week for public participation.
But my understanding is that any public person come and speak to them on a municipal issue, but on the budget participation day.
on a budget participation day. The next one is next week.
Yeah.
And so police and fire will be presenting this week, later this week. And so just so that folks understand. However, you are absolutely correct that a member of the public can come and speak on any budget topic on a public participation day. And the next one is next week.
Thank you very much. Your time is up, but thank you. And so our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of council, Mayor Fillmore. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Brendan Marr. I'm a resident of Middle Sackville, and I'm a captain in the fire department. I work at the Bears Road Fire Station. I'm 29 years in the fire service. I'm also the president of the Halifax Professional Firefighters in my 4th term, electing our members. So if there's any question about whether or not I speak for them, they put me back here 4 times to keep speaking for them. So I want to start out by thanking council for the support they showed our members last year with the Cancer Screening Initiative. We're very close to starting that program. We had hoped to start it in January, but we are finalizing, having meetings with the provider, and we're about to start engaging firefighters with question and answer, and hopefully our first tests will be started by the 1st of April. This will save lives, and it is good business. It will save money. When you consider this in the budget, it is the right thing to do in every category. And I want to thank you all for your support. And I want to mention Deputy Mayor Cuddle for bringing this forward to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to make this a national issue. It means a lot to us. And for any firefighter that's watching right now that may not have known that, we appreciate it. Thank you. You've got a very engaged public here that care about all the issues you deliberate on from different perspectives. And one perspective, I will say that firefighters on fire trucks contribute to every objective council has. We are an investment. When we consider this spending, this is investing. I want to compare 2 fires that we had in the last year. One where we had our effective fire response, and the other where we didn't achieve that. There are details that make this fire more or less challenging and contributed to different outcomes. But we had an apartment building in Middle Sackville on Hanwell Drive where, time of day where it started, detection, age of the building and systems led to a total loss where every person in that building had to find somewhere else to live. Their housing security was impacted by the fire response. About 2 weeks after that, we had a fire in a 4-story apartment building on Anchor Drive off Purcell's Cove Road. It was a barbecue tank on the 4th floor that had ruptured. It was blowtorching flames into the attic space on the exterior wall. We had 14 firefighters there in 8 minutes. And of the 54 units in that building, 43 of those units were still occupied that night because we had an effective fire response. So when we come to you advocating the value and the merit of investing in us, 43 families had a place to live that night because of the resources that were allocated to that. And I'm sure that feels like tax dollars well spent. And when we get to the point in items over budget for the 20 additional firefighters for fall recruitment for the fire department, right now we have 38 firefighters with over 30 years in the service. We have 38 between 25 and 30 years where I fall in. And then we have about another 73 with 20 to 25 years. So we are looking at, the end of a lot of firefighting careers. We had 4 members retire in January, and 3 of them were junior to me with 29 years on. We started hiring people a little older. You're not going to see many 35-year firefighters in the future. And we're looking at bringing the new station on Science Park Drive online. We need to staff that. And then we look at, after years of advocacy finally getting staffing into Station 65 in Tantallon, and consideration for moving those staff when we can make our service and our coverage more comprehensive. And in the time I have left, I want to mention our aerial staffing. About a decade ago, thank you. About a decade ago, we had a proposal to close fire stations. We had shrunk from down to 450 members, and you've invested in us since then consistently, and we're here every year. But we never get to where we need to be, and I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you consistent growth, hiring and training 20 firefighters in the spring and fall will get us to where we need to go. When our former fire chief mentioned that we needed to close stations so we could afford these 4-person aerials, 10 more seconds, these 4-person aerials were a must. They had to be the case. When council decided at the time we would keep the stations open, and then Councillor Craig asked the former chief, do you really need 4? And he said, no, 2 is okay. Well, our members working on these 2-person aerials are telling us they're showing up first to calls when there's more than one call in the city, and they have 2 people checking a 20-story building. They have 2 people at a car accident. They have 2 people.
Mr. Marr, your time is up. I have to be respectful to
very much.
everyone when I do that.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions for you. Oh, Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brendan, I just wanted a clarification. You mentioned in passing Station 1, and you referred to we need to staff that in citing some of the numbers that you're looking for in the budget overs for hiring. But that was something that was discussed during our budget last year as well, and that was the target, and we agreed to add an additional 10 firefighters over top of what had been requested in that budget year. So can you just clarify, is it that you have more people anticipated to leave the force than was originally projected at the time that you were asking for the additional firefighters last year, or how do you reconcile those numbers and the request referring to Station 1 in this case?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. For me, I've always anticipated that we're going to need more. And when we look at staffing another station and then taking resources from one community for another, I believe with the amount of growth we've had in the city that we need to be adding resources. And if we don't plan to grow and catch up, every time we don't plan to catch up or stay, we're not ahead of anything. But if we don't stay on the course of staffing so that we can increase coverages on aerials on our growing suburban communities, as you know, as population density increases in these communities, we'll be increasingly relying on overtime. We're seeing an increase in some other things such as sick time and extended sick time, extended leave for job injuries and long term. And I think that there's a connection between this and such a reliance on overtime for basic staffing. As you know, we work straight time overtime, and that comes at a savings. And the balance that would bring is perhaps somewhat out of balance now.
Right.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand.
I have one follow-up just because it came up, and maybe this will wind up being a part of the discussion when we get into the details of the budget. But you do mention the relationship between staffing and overtime and sick leave. Do we have a firm handle on what that relationship is?
I couldn't say directly for everything, but I can. We didn't hire. I understand that we've spent a lot on overtime in the last year.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't hire a fall class last year, so when we bring our recruits on, we train them. They start and they're paid 50%, then 70%, then 85%. The overtime is more traditionally for first class senior firefighters at 100%, so more expensive, and the delay in bringing these people on will result in a gap in mentorship and learning from these very senior people before they move on to retirement.
Okay. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Gillis has a question, and then Councillor Hartling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Captain Marr, to you and your members for your service. Just have a few questions. Can you speak to the staffing levels currently at Station 9 and 11 in Sackville, and what is the requirement to bring them up to the current standard?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Currently, Station 11 is staffed with only 2 firefighters.
Wow.
And Station 9 is staffed with a 4-person engine and 2 people on an aerial. And we know that this is one of the situations where if you get a standard call, our CAD system has recently been adjusted to send more apparatus to a response in Sackville so that we get enough firefighters when those apparatus are there. But when an aerial arrives and only has 2 people, the essential functions, most of these apparatus come with directions to not operate with fewer than 3. And so they don't have the capabilities of doing the essential tasks that a traditional ladder crew would do with only 2 people. And if we don't build it into our system and our budget, then the means for our managers to staff above 2 is not there. So,
with the recent fire on Pleasant Street a couple days ago now, how did the staffing levels affect the resources to respond to that fire?
Very similarly to how it affects our resources with every fire. So we would consider an effective fire response 14 firefighters in 11 minutes. So we need at least 3 engines and then a platoon captain and a district captain or district chief. So all of those units move from various spots. We have a fire like that one in Pleasant Street, then we would move a larger fire. We would probably have 6-7 engines there. I didn't see the apparatus assignments for that fire, but in our system, we rely on the next responding station from more than one direction to enable us to have an effective fire response. So when we take 25 or 40 firefighters out of 102 firefighters, or 102 firefighters from Sheet Harbor to Tantallon to Upper Sackville to Eastern Passage, and that includes the on-shift managers. When we take 25 or 40 of them at a scene, then you have 60 remaining to cover all of that geography, and your possibility of having an effective fire response is minimal at that point.
Okay, thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gillis. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming today. My question is about training and staffing. So last year we approved 20 firefighters. As I understand, that is the most that we are allowed, or that we can add year over year because of the training requirements. And like 10 can be trained in the spring and 10 can be trained in the fall. Is that true?
Thank you for your question. Our training officers prefer to run a program with 20 in the spring and 20 in the fall. The number 20 allows them to use the recruits together as if in fire crew sizes, so they can do group tasks together as firefighters would do on an actual scene. So 20 is their preferred number, spring and fall. So 40 would be the optimum for growth in our service to catch up with.
Okay, so all 20 firefighters that we approved last year, they are all now trained and they are all in fire stations across HRM?
We had a spring hire last year with 20 firefighters hired, yes. And so that's my understanding that was last year's budget. We are hiring 20 in a couple of weeks. And that could possibly, the chief could potentially clarify if I'm wrong about which budget that came from.
Yeah, I'll follow up because I feel like that's out of step with what we learned last year. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you for your service. So mine's about the Hamwell Drive fire. How many crew were on that one?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I don't have that information at the moment, but I can tell you it was probably, going by memory, I think there were close to 40 firefighters there that night. It's getting there in time, with enough people in time to have the impact that limits loss. And then on that night is a great example of what we're left with in the city. Yeah. And how bare bones we were. Yeah, I think there were in the neighborhood of 40 firefighters there that night.
Yeah, that was my point because if there was another fire, you had so many personnel there, and like I say, thank you. I went up there and I talked to several firefighters that day too. So yeah, the numbers on a major fire, that's of a concern with the full staff that we have in the HRM. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gillis again.
Thanks again, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up question. Can you speak to traffic congestion and the effect that has on response times, especially during rush hour?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Traffic congestion is a massive challenge for us. I work at the Bayers Road Station. We back up Spryfield on every alarm. We back up Clayton Park, Lakeside. There's a section of the north end that we back up, Lady Hammond's district, and also on the west end of the West Street district, and also as far down as the bottom of Coburg Road. So if we turn right to go out to travel east on Bayers Road, there's a concrete median and 2 solid lanes of traffic that there's just nowhere for anybody to go. It is perhaps the most stressful part of working as a firefighter in the city. When we try to head down Joseph Howe toward the Armdale roundabout, traffic is thick and consistent, and it's so challenging getting through the roundabout, getting around. Where cars are more well insulated, they react later. They don't hear our sirens as early as they used to, and it is incredible challenge. And then you add traffic calming measures, and we cannot, in a 30,000-pound toolbox, we cannot hit a speed bump at 50 kilometers an hour, or we will lose equipment and damage the apparatus. And so these trucks are big and heavy, and they're slow. We have to slow down to go over all the traffic calming measures, and it impacts our response time.
Thank you for bringing it up. That was the next part of my question. Does traffic calming negatively affect your response times? And yes,
So, Councillor Gillis, I think we're getting a little bit into the debate before the presentation. So I might call it. And Councillor Hinch has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I live in the North End, and unfortunately I hear fire trucks quite frequently going past quite a lot. How many firefighters are at the West Street location?
Currently at West Street, there is an engine and an aerial. The engine's staffed with 4 firefighters, and the aerial is staffed with 2 at minimum staffing. That station once had 20 firefighters working out of it in the 70s, and
oh wow!
So when I say that, in Halifax and Dartmouth, in the early 90s, the 10 stations that made up those 2 cities had a daily minimum of 99 personnel. Today, the daily minimum is 102 personnel from Sheet Harbor to Tantallon, Upper Sackville, Eastern Passage.
Wow. So I know there were some challenges with the Halifax Armories. Can you tell us how that affected folks, firefighters?
I can't speak too specifically to that fire, but okay. I know the people that were there. It was a hard fire to get at. It was in some concealed spaces, and it was hard work and low visibility at first until they got some ventilation and yeah. I don't know for sure how many people were there, but it took a few hours to get brought under control, and luckily nobody was hurt.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. Thank you, sir. To the previous speaker who came up, it's come to my attention that I may have erred, and if I had, I apologize, but it seems been communicated to me that I did not allow the previous speaker to answer a question from Councillor Hensby. Would you like to come forward? Councillor Hensby, did you have a question of the speaker that I did not allow them the time to answer?
The only question is just, that she's allowed to come back at another time to speak to the budget after it's been presented, that's all. I wanted to know if she was aware of that or not.
Okay. I think just like before I left, like I was just saying that, or sorry, like before I left the stand, I was just saying that like I didn't get to respond to his question, but everybody else gets the time to respond, and many people have responded. Even if it wasn't a question, just a statement, it feels not fair. But anyways, I think maybe I just hope that this highlights that the public consultation really shouldn't happen before the presentations. Even if we can come back next week, it's still not on that thing. And I have done that in the past and have been told that that's not what we're talking about, and that please don't come here and waste time. So I just really think that we should be able to speak after the presentations happen, because we're basing our information on a year of stuff, but then before they get to say what they have to say, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. And I hope that you guys can realize that. Like, I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, but if someone was gonna give a presentation on anything, you'd want to hear from the public after, because then we get the information the same time that you guys do. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, and I do appreciate you coming back in and allowing the opportunity. Thank you. So from the second time, is there anybody in the gallery that would like to speak? And for the third and final time, is there anyone from the gallery that would wish to speak? So hearing none, thank you. We will now move on to item 6, which is the proposed 2026-27 Halifax Transit Business Unit Budget and Business Plan. And we will have a presentation from Robin Gurus and his team.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin Garris, and I'm the Executive Director of Halifax Transit, and I'm here today to present the 2026-27 Transit Budget and Business Plan. Halifax Transit is responsible for operating our conventional bus, ferry, and paratransit service across the municipality. Our focus is always on providing a safe, reliable, and sustainable transit system for everyone in our community. This work is only possible through the combined efforts of several key service areas within Halifax Transit. Transit Operations oversees the day-to-day running of our conventional bus, ferry, and Accessibus service. Transit Fleet is responsible for the management, storage, and maintenance of all Halifax Transit vehicles, planning and customer engagement, looks after transit planning, scheduling, infrastructure, and customer engagement activities. Employee support and development provides training and development for our frontline ATU staff, and they also offer employee assistance and are responsible for investigating accidents and claims. And finally, technical services manages the implementation and maintenance of all transit technology. Links to the strategic plan. The majority of Halifax Transit-led actions in the strategic plan fall under the Moving Better priority, and many of the actions are funding dependent. On this slide, you can see the related projects we are working on this year in our business plan. The core service plan, currently with Regional Council, will introduce updated routes, schedules, and service levels across the transit network to improve reliability, accessibility, and overall efficiencies. You will also see the ferry operations and Accessibus operations reviews, which will result in recommendations to Regional Council to optimize those existing services for greater efficiency while supporting future growth. We're also working to draft a plan for a Halifax Transit safe and secure program and bring forward detailed microtransit strategy options for further considerations. In terms of efficiencies, the following are initiatives we're working that we've reduced costs, streamlined processes, and increased revenue. Doubling ePass enrollment. We expanded employee participation and refreshed our outreach strategy, resulting in a significant increase in ePass participation. 11 new organizations have joined the program, driving 60% increase in the membership, including 13% who are brand new transit users. This growth has led to higher program revenue and improved service qualities. This is a success story not only because the program is revenue positive, but also because it improves affordability for riders. Employees save 25% compared to the cost of regular monthly passes, and in some cases, employers have contributed as much as 60% of the pass cost. An example of this is Nova Scotia Health Authority and IWK. Each covered 60% of the pass cost. I am very proud of this work and appreciative of the opportunity to spotlight and promote this program. Phasing out of our SmartRide platform, we responsibly retired the underused SmartRide carpooling platform, which eliminated an administrative burden, reduced safety and liability concerns, and freed up staff time and resources for programs with higher impact. Our coolant hose replacement program that we launched was proactive in terms of fleet maintenance initiative to replace coolant hoses before failure. This shift from reactive to preventative work reduced road breakdowns, improved fleet reliability, and extends vehicle lifespans, lowering long-term capital and maintenance. Our in-house transit pass printing. By printing transit passes in-house, we achieve lower production costs, faster turnarounds, and greater control and flexibility in pass design and distribution. In terms of staff counts, the proposed budgeted FTEs for 2026-27 are 1,171.9 FTEs, up 16 FTEs from last year. However, I'd like to flag that 4 additional excessive buses were planned to be purchased in 26-27, but the capital plan was modified, and therefore there will be no excessive bus expansion capital in 2026-27. You will see this later on in our green reductions. The operating cost of capital for that project will also be removed from the 2026-27. So the operator and mechanic positions that you see in the table will be requested in future years as expansion excessive buses are received. The remaining 6 FTEs are targeted at staffing additions to support reliability, reduce contracted costs, and to keep pace with growing operational demands. First, we've added 2 HVAC technicians. Our bus AC systems are very complex, and the contractor could not keep up. Last summer, only 70% of our fleet had functioning AC, despite the early start. Bringing this work in-house will improve turnaround times, reduce vendor cost, and is expected to be fully funded through contracted service savings. Second, we're adding 2 mobile service supervisors in response to a major rise in service-related calls, from 83,000 in 2018 to more than 178,000 in 2024. Serious incidents have nearly doubled as well. These supervisors respond to escalated incidents and help manage real-time service and adding coverage to improve service reliability. These roles will be offset through overtime reductions. And finally, we are adding 2 industrial electricians for the Ragged Lake Transit Center to maintain the rapidly expanding e-bus charging infrastructure, with 40% of the fleet at Ragged Lake now electric. Reliable charging is critical. Without these positions, we face 24 to 72 hour delays, relying on the manufacturer, which could result in disruptions. These positions will be funded through OCC. In terms of operating budget summary, for 2026-27, Halifax Transit's operating budget increased by just over 3.1 million, moving from 63.4 million to 66.5 million. The main cost drivers include the full year impact of previously approved positions coming online and the inflationary impacts of collective agreements and compensation adjustments. We also see contractual increases related to refuse collection, software licenses, uniforms, and required ferry training, as well as service enhancements such as additional ferry cleanings. These pressures are particularly offset by positive revenue impacts from ridership growth, fuel savings from bringing the e-buses into service, and the shift from certain IT network costs over to a corporate IT, and other smaller adjustments. With respect to the electric bus fleet, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the outstanding work of the teams across Halifax Transit who made this achievement possible. The vehicles have now been in service for just over a year, and the success that we're seeing is a direct result of their collective efforts, and I'm very thankful for that. It should be noted that the OCC for the 4 additional excessive buses is no longer required for the 2026 budget and is now shown as one of our green reduction items that will be identified in the upcoming slide. Budget reductions. The following budget reductions are recommended. Discretionary savings of $262,000. This is made up mostly of the efficiency items previously mentioned, which make up $225,000 of the discretionary savings. We also have technology being implemented in 2026-27 to allow for additional savings from reduced excessive bus call taking on Sundays and evenings, and purchasing mats versus renting mats at our facilities. Secondly, OCC reductions related to the timing of the capital, which is $597,700. As mentioned, the 4 additional excessive buses that were planned to be purchased in 2026-27, the capital plan has been modified, and there'll be no excessive bus expansions for 2026-27, and the operating costs of capital for bringing these buses online, such as the 8 additional operators and 2 additional mechanics, are therefore no longer needed as part of the 26-27 operating budget. The Budget Committee will also see the briefing notes outlining budget reductions for consideration. These options include discontinuing charter service discounts, eliminating free fares for more major event volunteers, collecting fares on Canada Day and Natal Day instead of offering free ferry service, and reducing the Alderney ferry frequencies to 30-minute intervals. These items add up to a potential $1.6 million in additional reductions. And finally, additionally, the Budget Committee may request that we return with further information on options for such as a 25-cent fare increase or a variation of conventional service reductions. However, we do not recommend pursuing these initiatives. Thank you very much, and the transit management team is here to assist me in answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just wait to populate our speakers list. Deputy Mayor Cottle, would you like to put the motion on the floor as well?
Certainly. I can't believe I was the first to buzz in there. Okay, I'll put the motion on the floor that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to incorporate, I have to make this bigger. There we go. That the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to one, and now I'm on public safety. Oh, thanks. Yes, sorry. I just made my screen bigger here. There we go. Okay. That the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to incorporate the Halifax Transit proposed 2026-27 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying plan and supporting presentation, including the changes outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated February 4th, 2026, into the draft 26-27 operating budget. Okay, thank you. There's some good news in here. the e-pass registration for employers doubling. I mean, that's fantastic news. I know in my district I have a lot more healthcare workers writing to me about things such as overcrowding and on-time performance, but it means that more people are out there taking the bus. So, you know, so that's good. We'll have to continue to work through those other challenges with the service level. But my main question right now is about the decision to remove the Accessibus from the expansion from the budget. And I'm just wondering what's driving that decision. Is it purely looking for monetary savings in the budget? Is it about training and delivery? Are there other factors that were considered in that decision? I'm just really trying to understand why we're doing that.
Through the chair to the deputy chair, council. Mayor, deputy mayor, I'll be okay. My apologies.
That's okay. We're both
It's a little bit of all of that in combination. So there's a little bit of the what can you deliver and what can you deliver in time, and so it's our ability to deliver on time, knowing that the constraints on the budget that are coming forward and how we have to be fruitful in our spending. And right now we're in the process of hiring some Accessibus operators right now, and we were rethinking and right-sizing our vehicles. Is it time for us to get smaller vehicles, the van-type vehicles, looking in other directions? And the other part of that is that, as you're aware, we have a review for the Accessibus service going on right now, and I think it would be prudent on us to, as a combination, wait till we get the review from the Accessibus. Make sure that we're heading in the right direction. We might want to make bolder changes, smarter changes, and we want to continue to pursue right-sizing our fleet right now. And we're going to continue. We're hiring some operators right now because our vacancy rate is still small right now compared to what it was a year ago, but we're still filling the vacancies. As we fill the vacancies and as we continue the conversation of right-sizing our vehicles, being prudent with the budget where it is, we feel that by that time we will have some results back in from our ferry review, from our Accessibus review, and then we'll be able to make those right decisions as we move forward.
Right. So do we know when that review is coming back? I assume it's coming back to TSC to start. And as well, will this impact our current service level for Accessibus?
To the councillor, no, I don't believe that it will cause us any additional delays with the service that we're providing right now. We have had some issues in filling calls. We're hiring the best that we can as fast as we can and getting to our vacancy numbers to where they need to be. And in terms of when that Accessibus review will be ready to come back to council, I'm hopeful later on this year and near the end of the year or first thing in next year. So, but we're doing it right now, and I'm hopeful that as soon as we can, we'll get some information back so we can bring it back to council for recommendations. But I don't have the answer right now exactly on when we'll be able to bring it back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Robin, thanks very much for the presentation. My initial question was the same as the Deputy Mayor's around Accessibus, and if I understand you correctly, what we're talking about is not doing the expansion, so it doesn't impact the current services. Did I hear that correctly? Yeah. And so in interest, many of us continue to get some complaints and concerns about Accessibus, and I reach out to your staff. They're quick to get involved and to try to adjust it. So I think we've done a lot of good over the years and improvement at Accessibus, but we still hear a lot of concerns. And I've said this in the past too, Robin, it's when I talk to people who use the service or have family members use the service, very often when they're talking about the service, it's hard for them to talk about without a tear in their eye because the impact to them is huge when it doesn't work effectively. So I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more about the bold moves you're mentioning about potentially around Accessibus. I know the review is coming up, and that'll be part of it. But just from your
So through the chair to the councillor, the review is a huge part of it, and that'll be coming to council next fiscal. That's a big part of it, taking the recommendations, working with the recommendations. Right sizing the fleet, to me, is a bold move. We want to make sure that there's things we can do with the right sizing of fleets. If we have the smaller van type vehicles, they can get to areas that the larger ones can't get into.
Right.
Later at night, they're more efficient with your call performance on one or two customers that you're transporting rather than multiple customers. So in terms of bold decisions, you may or may not know that our current manager is getting ready to retire, so we're going to be looking at getting the right people in place when that retirement takes place to take over that position. I'm working with the director of operations to make sure that we are not only right sizing, taking the recommendations, working with the person that's doing the contract for the review, making sure that we move in the right direction, listen to our customers, and get some community feedback, and do the best we can in correcting the concerns that are coming to us from our customers from excessive bus. So there's multiple things that we want to work on this year in terms of making those corrections one step at a time.
Yeah, I look forward to that review. I think our citizens are looking forward to that review. And by the way, you alluded to David retiring. He was always good to deal with. And I know he's not gone yet, but he was always great. I really get a sense he does care about the passengers on the excessive bus. So thanks to David. While I still have time, you talked about you speaking highly of the e-bus program and all those involved. And I know that I spoke to a number of your operators before the first e-buses showed up, and they were very skeptical about the buses, but after speaking to many of your operators, speak so highly of the buses, and they admitted that skepticism, but now they're speaking highly of it. How do you measure the success of the decision this council has made to go towards electric buses? So how do you measure success?
Through the chair to the councillor, you're putting me on the spot. I measure the success based on a few things. Industry is making those changes, and we know that they're very expensive decisions to make, and we respect that. We want to make sure that we make those decisions properly. If you look at when I first came here last year, I sat here and I believe that we had a very small number of electric buses that were in service at that time. I pushed really hard with my management team to try to get the electric buses out and in place, because I knew that if you bring them and people see them, they will love them. And I ride the buses a lot, and the people that I speak to and the operators, I've driven the electric buses myself, and I do know that people love them. The operators love them. It's a different way. It's a different type of vehicle. It's much quieter. There's no smell. There's a lot less noise. And because they're new, I'm going to say that they don't break down as much as the older buses, but we also understand that they are new, and there's going to be some deficiencies in terms of the battery lifespan and changes that we have to make and manage them. So there's a little bit of a balance in managing electric vehicles and alternate fuel type vehicles in terms of making those adjustments to make them work for your transit system. There's been a lot of work in behind the scenes in adjusting crews and paddles so that they can operate with electric buses, because we do know that industry has told us that they're not one for one because of the battery charging. So we have to make sure we understand that. We have to make sure we utilize them and get them charged properly. But to date, we've got 60 of them, and we've got just about almost all of them out ready for service right now. From when I first came here, there was very few. I'm very proud of that, and I think we're going to start seeing less reductions in maintenance costs with the rest of our vehicles as we continue to move forward. And we've already seen another way that I'm measuring the success is that we're saving in fuel charges, and that's ultimately where we want to get to moving forward, is the savings.
Thank you for that. I'll come back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. And really nice to hear that you ride the bus. I do too. So I know what the experience is like. I had lots of questions about Accessibus, but many of them have been covered. I just want to say I do hear a lot from residents about Accessibus. And I think one of the things you alluded to quickly in your presentation, even though we're not getting more buses or operators, I believe there's some technology improvements that are coming this year. I think you alluded to that perhaps. So I'll start with that one.
To the chair, to the councillor, that technology changes as modifications in the booking, and eventually we'll be doing online booking. So that's a modification that's been a long time waiting for. People have been asking for it, and as we move forward through the year, we're hopeful that those modifications will streamline the process for our customers.
Okay, and we expect that in this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, and continuing along the line of technology, getting on the bus sometimes when I'm trying to open my app and scan, I think it would be really nice if I could just tap my credit card or bank card. So when are we expecting to see that technology arrive here in Halifax?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's one of the programs that we're working on right now, and it's coming, and it's coming soon.
Okay.
So we're working on
okay,
that right
great.
now.
Because I'm optimistic that that will drive ridership and reduce the congestion that many people in cars are feeling. So I'm just going to check time. I do have another question as well. It's unrelated. You mentioned some potential overtime reductions that could be achieved. I look closely at salaries, overtime, sick leave, and just it's a big budget item for us. So I'm wondering, you mentioned you're hoping to achieve that. Wondering, is that maintaining staff retention? You're going to achieve it through that. I'm curious, less turnover, how are we going to achieve that, and what can we expect there?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, exactly what you said. It's a combination of making sure that the vacancies are filled best that we can, and retaining people in the positions that they have, and right-sizing the positions. So the ask for the mobile service supervisors is just that, having the right numbers of mobile supervisors out there so that we don't have to fill open shifts with overtime, and that we can fill the work that we need. We've had increased numbers of calls, and that's going to help us greatly in reducing overtime, bringing additional people on while we still work on our attendance management and programs like that. So it's a combination of all of that there. It's about getting the right amount of people in place to do the job so that we don't have to worry about bringing overtime in to fill that need.
One of the speakers this morning in the public participation talked about scheduling and linking. Drivers have to get to their first drive, and then they have to get to their next drive later in the day. How is that? How is the driver, I'll say, convenience taken into this? How do we ease the driver responsibility? How does Halifax Transit support the driver to be at the right place at the right time to provide that right level of service for our residents?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's an ongoing topic in transit for many, many years. It's how do you best design your schedules and your routes to ensure greatest service reliability, on-time performance, and being able to keep the vehicles on time so that when they do interline or when they do more than one route, and that they can get there on time to service. And the other part of that equation is a work-life balance for the employee, the unionized employee who comes to work every day, that never finishes on time or never gets his transfers on time, and his day is stressful. So I've encouraged and asked my management teams to continually, every time we have a pick, which is an operator sign up, to look at small adjustments that we can make in corrections based on their monitoring of the routes and our KPIs that we create, to try to make adjustments, whether it's less interlining or less routes that somebody works on, or where they start and where they finish. Those are always challenges in transit, and we're no different here in Halifax than Toronto or some of the other municipalities. But that's something that we're looking at. We are coming up with a service reliability plan that we're going to be bringing to council at some point in time when we're finished concluding it, in terms of helping us to make those larger decisions for service reliability. And if we can get our service as reliable as it can be, that's inclusive of work-life balance for the operators, making sure the schedules are set properly. But I do understand in transit that there is often challenges in regards to keeping the buses on time where they should be, meeting connections, and it's not always just about road traffic. It's about your design. Is it a grid system? Is it a hub and spoke system? Often people talk about they want a hub and spoke system, and larger transit properties move to a grid system. But the fact of the matter is that you really need a little bit of both, and you need to operate a grid system with transfers that are economical and moving people quicker, as long as they're not waiting past a certain time for a transfer. That's when people get upset. They don't want to get off one bus and wait and transfer to another bus, and we have to wait 10, 15, 20 minutes or 30 minutes for another bus. If you can create a grid system that matches with a hub and spoke type system that works together congruently with transfer points and terminals, then that's the best type of system for everybody, and that's ultimately what we want to work on. And hopefully that's where we're going to try to look at those areas to make sure that we can cut down on some of those delay times for our customers by creating better work.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Robin, and the whole team for being here. I wanted to talk a little bit about the core services plan, which councillors had a chance to talk a little bit about on Monday. It's brand new. This is the first time in about 10 years we've had such a significant update to our transit services. And a lot has changed in HRM in the last 10 years. We've added 100,000 people. People's work habits and trips have changed. So it's certainly a welcome update. So I'm just wondering if you could highlight a few of the recommendations you see as most critical in that report. We're talking about new routes, and we're talking about expanded morning service and that sort of thing. So maybe you could perhaps just briefly highlight for us what you see as the most important recommendations.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll start. Patricia might want to come up since her team did a lot of the plan. I might want to maybe highlight a few of the more important things. But to me, it's a complete plan that we're moving forward with that not only shows that there's a willingness to expand when expansions are needed, but to me, it was very important, and to the management team, it was very important to show that we need to fix the house and what we have first to make sure it's operating properly in terms of efficiencies first, before we start further outreaching and expanding. So the plan includes a little bit of each. We're going to make some corrections on some of our higher routes that have ridership and that are showing that overcrowding. We want to make sure that we address some of those issues. There's a need to expand in some areas and make some minor changes to routings on some of our routes to make sure that we're serving our customers better. That was based on community engagement. A lot of the engagements and the surveys that we did, people were very truthful and very honest on what they thought, the direction that we should be going in transit. And we knew that in building the plan that we wanted to make sure that we were accommodating not only the needs to expand when the expansion time was right, that we can also let people know that have been taking the same route over and over and been showing overcrowding for a long period of time, that we were willing to make adjustments on those routes too. So a little bit multifaceted in terms of fix what's in-house, have some really good expansions involved, look at 24-hour service in some areas, and then also tie that into our microtransit and or on-demand transit service that can enhance the experience to our customers. I often talk about our transit customers. It's the total customer experience. When you take transit, it's not just when you jump on the bus. It's when you wake up and you decide you want to plan and go somewhere, and you make those plans and you decide what routing you're going to take and how you're going to get there and what mode of transit you're going to take there. It's all part of that customer experience. So that's what our plan is about. If you're looking for more in depth, then I can ask.
No, I guess I think there's a lot of valuable recommendations in the core services plan, but I don't see anything in the budget to address it. So I'm just wondering why there is that gap, and if we were going to try to address some of the recommendations as well as our reliability and our on-time performance concerns that we have, what would we do in this budget?
Through the chair to the councillor, you're correct. We've tried to minimize the impact of the budgets, knowing that the struggles that we're going to go through this year in the budgets. We concentrated on the first year doing as much as they could in-house with some minor adjustments to some of the closer routings, so that we could show some. Sometimes you call it quick wins, so that we can make some minor adjustments. But we do understand that there is a need for additional, more expensive type initiatives that transit needs to move forward with. And as we going to get more additional buses on, and in here at HRM, that we will make those decisions. And I know we have an ask for articulated buses coming, and as we get those buses in place as replacement buses, we're going to work on the best we can to make sure that we're addressing the expansions. And in terms of what can we do, we can look at how we can expedite those expansion buses to fill the need that's there that our customers are telling us about. So there is a need, and we understand that, and we've listened to our customers, and we know that there's challenges ahead for us.
Okay, thank you. My time's up, so I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Kent.
Madam Chair. Wow, Robin, you guys have a lot in flight. A lot. I'm over here. Yeah. So, first of all, I want to say thank you for all the work that you guys have put into it, you and your team. No pressure here, Robin, but I've got a lot of faith in you. We're going to get there. And I love the idea of it's what you're presenting as right sizing. I think right sizing is the way to, and that includes, when I think about it, it's not just your presentation for today, but it's the bigger picture that we are going to provide transit appropriate size within a whole municipality, not just in the center, right? And so I like that, and I think that microtransit strategy that you brought into Transportation Standing Committee that's now been referred to here, we haven't had a chance to go through it, that had some references to new versions, new styles of providing transit. So I like that, because we are asking you and your team to sort out what we need here, and that's no easy task. That means money. I have said before, I am supportive of transit. I'm supportive of investing. I think that right now you have done a good job in really zeroing in on some areas that we can reduce, but it's tough in transit to reduce. It is tough. You have to have shifts in models and shifts in routes and things like that to get this right, but it doesn't mean less money, because it costs a lot to provide transit. In your budget reductions, one of the yellows is the discontinuation of free fares and things like that. I'm all for those. They're not huge. Doesn't equate to any one of them isn't particularly large, but when you add them together, they're all going to be part of the bigger picture that we as council have asked, which is to reduce that tax impact that at the end of the day. So I'm okay with those. I'm a little unsure of the Alderney Ferry reduction. Have I got it right that this is up for us to? Yes. The yellow is that in-between space, isn't it? Yeah, and I'm not sure how well that's going to go. I would like to hear from you the rationale behind that one. And I'm curious to hear from my colleagues, particularly Councillor Austin, who has that ferry and would hear a lot more about the complaints and services. I have the Alderney ferry I don't have Woodside Ferry, but we're across the road from it and a lot of users there. So I would also like to know if there was any discussion around any kind of increase there for operating hours. I get that email probably more predominantly than any other around ferry services. When is the Woodside Ferry going to increase? So overall, I think that the rationale is strong for you to start to find little ways that we can reduce to get to where we want to tax impact this year. But I firmly believe you're in a tough spot to try to find those wins. And so glad you came with a few. Again, I'll say that I believe strongly that our municipality has to look at the whole picture differently, and that's where we're going. I'm okay with the pause on the accessibility, the Accessibus piece in relation to, because of the rationale that you presented when Councillor Morse, I think it was Councillor Morse asked that question, or maybe it was Councillor Cuddle, sorry, asked that question. Because if we're going to negatively impact the current status, the current service that we're providing, it doesn't make sense to do a shift right now. And we've got the review in place. We've got the microtransit. Microtransit kind of is that. Accessibus is a microtransit, and it's the big. I think it's just the and it was mentioned in the microtransit strategy report that might also be on the table in relation to how do we deliver that service and service to some of our rural areas. So
Councillor Kent, you are out of time. Maybe we'll allow him to answer some of those questions,
okay,
and you
that
can
would
come
be
back.
really great, and I probably will come back. Thank you. I don't know if I need to, but let's answer those questions.
Through the chair to the councillor, a lot of good information. Thank you very much for that. Quickly, in terms of the Accessibus, yeah, we don't want to do a Band-Aid solution and then the recommendations come out of a more fulsome plan moving ahead, and then come and ask, oh, we just asked for this and we did that, but now we would like to change things. We want to get it right the first time. A lot of the decisions that we make in terms of the smaller changes that we make, every little small decision that you make is helpful, and you hit the nail on the head. When you add them all up, they become a larger amounts. So we need to be, transit is very expensive, the decisions you make. We have to be prudent on the decisions we make, be as cost effective as we can, and try to make the right decision the first time. And sometimes you have to take a step back to get there to do that. Yeah. In terms of the conversation about the ferry and the ferry service reductions, so Phil may want to come up and add a little more to it, being my expert on ferries services, but my take is that we have times when the ferry service is very, very busy, the rush hours, and we've noticed that there's times when they're not that busy. Sometimes you get on them, the ferries, and they're busy. I live right on the water. I see the ferry service, and I know that there's times that they're very busy. We want to expand that. That's an area that we want to bring, in terms of Mill Cove, bring as many people as we can in on the water. So at some point in time, yeah, but in terms of stretching and what can we do, based on the numbers that we have, we could, if that was the will of council, we could adjust and the service to the 30 minutes without a impact that would cause that much of us to concern that it was a bad decision. Understanding that we still want to grow ridership, but we want to make sure that we provide the right transit to the people that we can as economically as we can. And so that's why that decision.
Any discussion around increasing operation at Woodside?
Councillor Kent, if you wanted to come back.
Oh, that was part of my question.
Yeah,
I just wanted to remind him.
No, we didn't have
But you could
conversation
answer
at that time on that,
Yeah.
but that's a conversation that we, at some point in time, we should have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Sorry about that. Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Robin, thank you. And who are you with today, just so the council knows? Yeah.
My apologies. This is Hannah Forsyth, my coordinator, and one of my great employees at Transit that helps me with the budget items. It's Hannah.
Welcome, Hannah, and thank you both for being here today. I'm going to try to fit 3 things in.
Originally from District 2, too.
Oh, sorry. Okay, very good. Very proud. To come back to Accessibus, if we could look at slide 4 in your presentation, you were talking about the Accessibus operator, 8 FTEs, and the mechanic, 2 FTEs. And did I hear you correctly to say that you're actually pulling those out of your proposed budget for this year? And if so, what's the impact on your $66.6 million proposed budget? Slide 4, the first 2 rows, the 8 Accessibus operators and the mechanic, of which there are 2.
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, that we would be pulling that out of this year's budget, and we would be including that when we did ask for the vehicles in the future.
Maybe next year.
Yes.
And so pulling those 10 FTEs out, what happens to your $6.6 million proposed budget?
That would be reduced by the amount of the OCC that would be included, that which is approximately 500,000.
500,000. Okay. Thank you very much. And then sticking with Accessibus for a second. There's a lot of user experience out there that one of my colleagues mentioned. We hear about that a lot. And as you go forward with the Accessibus service review, is there an input for users for public consultation to get community voice into your operations review report? That's the word I'm looking for.
To the chair to the mayor, yes, the public consultation and consultation with others, employees, and will be part of the review of the Accessibus.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And 1 down, 2 to go. Safety is very important, and I see that you are working on the Halifax Transit Safety Program Plan. Wondering if you could just give us a hint on what's already been done and what's coming in as part of that plan.
Respect to what's been done with
sorry, I'm far away from the microphone. I beg your pardon. The Halifax Transit Safety Program Plan, which is in your business plan. I was wondering if you could just talk about what that is. Has anything been done so far, and what's coming?
Yeah, so through the chair to the mayor, the Halifax Safety Plan is a very important plan for Halifax Transit. Started before I got here, reinitiated or continued when I took this position. And we are working closely with the Commissioner of Public Safety and the police and RCMP to make sure that we move forward with a fulsome program. So we have had meetings. We're going to continue to have meetings, and we're going to be working closely to finalize that program. And Phil is taking the lead on that for us in terms of our public safety plan. So we have been meeting. We are meeting on it, and we are hopeful that we can bring this, continue the meetings, and bring a really good report to council for consideration in the not too distant future. I don't have a date right now on that, but I do know that we have had and will continue to have meetings, and we'll be working to finalize that to bring us to the conclusion that we're looking for.
Okay, thank you very much, Robin. And then the last one, not too distant future. That's a good segue to the last one. I want to just bring us back to the TAP pay system. And the business plan looks like coming online in March 2027 is what I read. And wondering what the barriers are to rolling that out sooner.
We're referring to the Tap and Go. So that's in our plan. The end of the next fiscal year, that should be fully in place. We are, our technical teams are working with the vendor on bringing the validators in place and installing them on all of our vehicles, as well as the ferry services, so that we can have that Tap and Go in place.
So that's a good plan, and I might be out of time here, but I'm just, is there a barrier to preventing that? That the end of fiscal is still 13 months away. Why isn't it happening next month or the month after that?
I might bring my technical person up here to just give me a better answer on that. Mark?
Popular topic.
Mark Santilli, Manager of Technical Services for Halifax Transit, through the chair to the mayor. The open payment is in progress. We are working as quickly as we can to get it. We are behind schedule. The need to replace the modems on our buses really set us back. That's complete now. And so we have a number of steps before we're able to get to open payment. We're working with the vendor. We anticipate it'll likely be this summer by the time open payment is ready to go.
Okay.
So, yes.
That's-
Sorry, open payment is the tap to pay.
All right, that's a much more hopeful prediction than March 2027, and hopefully that'll happen. Thank you very much. I think I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam. Oh my God. My apologies. My apologies. So, one thing that I wanted to get back to was the excessive bus, because I heard from my constituents quite a bit, a lot of complaints with regards to scheduling pickups and not being picked up at all. Waiting long times when they do schedule a pickup and they may be going for an appointment or something, but the appointment may be 10 minutes, but they're waiting for another couple of hours to get picked up to go back home. I mean, is there anything to try to mitigate those concerns that our residents do have, especially our seniors? Our seniors seem to have a lot of problems with these. And then there's the other question with regards to the tap and go. So I'm wondering how exactly the tap and go works. So say if you're doing a round trip, are you being charged more than once for the round trip? Or because I don't use the tap and go for various reasons. I have bus tickets. I do take transfer quite a bit, and I do get my transfer. So I'm just wondering how that works. So yes.
Through the chair to the councillor, the way open payment works is we have the ability to configure it. So if a person uses a credit card to pay their fare as they board the bus, we can set the duration that tap is valid for. So every time a person would board the bus or the ferries, they would tap their credit card or debit card, and whatever we set the duration to, if we set it to 90 minutes or 2 hours or 2.5 hours, whatever we configure it for, the subsequent taps will be considered transfers and they won't be charged again.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, in terms of your accessible transit scheduling, we do know that there are some struggles with seniors meeting appointments, doctor's appointments, and getting their scheduled trips on time. I do know that Phil's team does try to work with those types of specialty schedules as much as they can to try to make sure they accommodate them all. We do have some scheduled times when there are larger numbers of people trying to schedule trips that we can't accommodate everybody. They do the best they can, but that's a struggle industry-wide in terms of those types of transit. When you're booking, everybody wants the preferred time, and they may not get the preferred time that they want all the time, but we're always looking at ways that we can increase the number of customers per vehicle so that we can accommodate the most that we can. That we can. But we know that we do have some struggles. When I have heard from some customers that have come to me particularly, called me up and told me that they've had struggles getting their scheduled doctor's appointments, and we've talked to our management team about that. But we have a lot of people working hard behind the scenes that are trying to get those trips in, and sometimes it's difficult, but they understand that the need to do the best they can for those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Robin and team. I've got a couple questions. One kind of following up with Councillor Morris's thoughts. I totally appreciate that you are trying to meet our budget request to keep it flat as we can. But like, I'm hearing about the expansion buses. Is that something that you would maybe do sooner? What would you do sooner if you could, if there was less budget pressure? That's my first question. And then the second one is following up from our Monday conversations. I noticed in your core documents it talks about increased priority in the transportation network, and I'm wondering what you're doing to work on that, to ask for changes in what you would need for public health, like what you're doing to work on that, and if we'll hear back from you on this on that, or I guess trying to keep it to budget. Is there anything we could do for you sooner there?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll start, and not sure if Patricia wants to come up and add to some of that. In terms of what would we do sooner at transit, if money was no object and we had we could do whatever we want to do, obviously we would put as many of the changes in the core service plan forward as we could. We just have to be mindful of the challenges in delivering what we say we can do. It's one thing to get additional buses for expansions. We have to make sure that we can hire the operators for them in the right period of time. I know in the past we've had struggles with vacancies of operators. We're doing the best we can, and we're in a really good position right now in terms of our vacancies. So in a perfect world, we could expand things a lot quicker. But in terms of delivery, we also have challenges with our facilities in terms of space to park the vehicles. And they will pose challenges for us also, but doesn't mean we can't move faster. If we move faster, and if there was a willingness to expedite some of the expansions, that we would work as the best that we could to make sure that we identified the priorities through the core service plan through Patricia's area. She may want to talk a little bit more about that, but those are the kinds of things that we could do if there was a willingness to move forward quicker with the core service plan. If you want to add on to that.
Sure, thank you. Patricia Hughes, I'm the Director of Planning and Customer Engagement at Halifax Transit. I think Robin gave kind of a good broad sense about some of the challenges with expansion. I'm not sure if this is what the councillor is looking for, but I'll give a very specific response perhaps, that in the core service plan, which was on the TSC agenda Monday, we did have year one planned without any resource increase. If there were resource increases available, if we were trying to expedite things, the staff that prepared the plan have looked at it, and the things that we would try to expedite would be the things about addressing current demand. So specifically, if we were able to, in the short term, through cutting other routes or expansion, we'd look to do the Route 3 service increase, the Route 9AB service increase, and the Route 28. Those are the three that would probably come to the top of the list to happen earlier, if there was capacity. And to the other response about moving transit more quickly through the network, I think that's happened successfully in a number of ways since that moving forward together principle was adopted in 2015. And what I would say it is a collaboration. It is a municipal partnership, with Public Works and strategic infrastructure transportation planning. We've done successful projects like the Godgen Street bus lane and Bears Road was collaboration with SITP and Public Works, and so we continue to work with all of those partners on our municipal priorities within the right-of-way. And so although transit doesn't have a specific bus lane going forward as part of budget, we work with our partners and the other teams on multimodal corridors and a number of projects that are in their plans, even in terms of when there's street recap happening and those kinds of things. We're involved in those conversations, right? So looking for all the opportunities. So I think that's the best answer I can give today, is that it is a broader thing that we partner on, and my team are on a number of steering committees and have files sent to them all the time, reviewing, looking for those opportunities and working with others on them.
Okay. I appreciate the clarity on the routes that you would increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I watched your presentation online the other day at the Transportation Standing Committee, and I was also wondering about the Muscle Rider 207 proposal. You could talk about microtransit and everything else, and I think that the 207 project should have been resurrected, I guess you could say. I'm going to be asking Muscle Rider to update their presentation and bring that more current cost figures forward as a possibility for consideration. Just want to know, would that be an opportunity to be looked at this year, or we have to wait for another budget year?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm familiar with the proposal. I believe we may have done a staff report when it was initially proposed. Under our administrative order for rural transit grants, if Musco were to start operating the service and report the kilometers to us, we would fund them as we do now for the kilometers they provide. So we don't have any limitations on if those kilometers are door-to-door service or fixed route. So we would just want to communicate with them to look at when they're starting and whatnot, but that would be something that would fall under that rural transit grant program.
So they can look at the federal rural transit program for any capital items for the vehicles and stuff then?
Yes, I believe so. I don't know what opportunities exist right now, but they could look for funding sources, yes.
And I'm not sure, Robin, if you heard the presentations today about someone commenting, we need more park and ride terminals. Any plans for more future park and ride terminals, especially on Highway 107, exit 18, and perhaps Musquodoboit Harbor?
Through the chair to the councillor, the only one that I'm fully aware of is Margeston. That's been out. That discussion's been going on for a while, but I do understand in the short time that I've been here now just how important park and rides are out here. In my previous roles at other transit properties, they weren't as important as they were out here. I see the need for them. It's something that we talk about, but I see that park and rides are a very important part of the overall transit success.
Now, the park and rides that are packed to capacity, are we looking at any parking structures to perhaps add more capacity to these sites?
We historically have had a number of park and rides that were very, very full. I would say that Sackville Terminal and Portland Hills Terminal do not have the pressure they once had. So really our only concern at this time is Woodside Ferry Terminal. A parking garage there is very, very expensive, and we have not attempted to put that in any capital budget due to the very high cost.
I think that's something we should talk to with our federal partners about some funding opportunities. I think that's infrastructure we desperately need. If we want people to use transit such as the park and ride and the ferry terminals, we need to provide them capacity where they can park their own vehicles. Because right now, they get frustrated and drive away and go find parking elsewhere. So I think that's something we should seriously look at. That's it for now. Thank you very much. And I'm not opposed to a fare increase either. So I saw that was in the red zone, but I think that's something we may have to seriously look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make it crystal clear on an item here that's in the yellow. There are times, around these council chambers, we have a discussion about an item, and one of us will say, or I'll say, oh, that's not a hill I'm prepared to die on. Reducing all ferry service by 30 minutes, that's a hill I'm prepared to die, colleagues, just to be crystal clear. For us to even consider that, even surprise is on the list. I understand, Robin, you're trying to come up with options, but there's no way that, in the challenges that we're having in our municipality and moving people away, try to improve transit, to even consider to go back to 30 minutes. We're at 30 minutes now because of the issue we have with the parts missing and not being in inventory, which I understand you're going to be correcting so that doesn't happen again. It's a nightmare. There are times when there may not that many people on the ferry, but we need more people to use the ferry. I give credit to Councillor Austin when we had the great big build on the bridge, and we went to 15-minute service, and then he says, okay, the bridge is built, now we're going to go back to 30-minute service. He fought very hard for that, and that's made a huge difference. And so I just I'm not speaking to you, Rob, I'm speaking to my colleagues in chambers. We cannot touch that service. 30-minute service is where we should be on a regular basis. In fact, we should be there on the weekends and figure out how to get there on Saturday and Sunday, right? 15 minutes, sorry, my apologies, sorry. See, I spoke all the time. Thank you, Catherine. 15-minute service on the weekends also. So just wanted, I've got other things to say, but we're running out of time. I'll come back to tomorrow, but just want to make sure that's crystal clear, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I was wondering about the ferry because I was just wondering about the projections. When you look at the ridership projections for the ferry that you have for 26-27, it's like an increase of 300 people, which seems to be a very modest increase compared to prior years. I'm just wondering why such a conservative estimate for the increase in ridership, and what is that? Am I looking at that right for the ferry service? So I just had a question about that projection and what can be done to make a difference, because I mean it is a significant investment, especially even at the 15-minute interval there for the service. But you know, what about the ridership? I had another question about the fuel savings. So I noticed that we have the fuel savings listed there, and I'm wondering if that's like the net difference between like the increase in power for the electric buses versus the fuel we're offsetting. Is that kind of the offset price for the fuel compared to the energy consumption that's being used? And how are the solar panels and kind of the you know, the renewable energy solutions that we introduced at the Ragged Lake Terminal, how's that helping with our fuel savings as well? Oh my gosh, I had 4 questions. Okay, sorry. The other one was about infrastructure, investment in infrastructure. I'm just wondering, you know, in our strategy, we look at the need to increase the quality of bus stops, and you know, I know there's been a few on my list for the past few years that I've been looking to get upgraded, and I think one of them I understand is happening this year, but just in general, like part of this whole transit continuum is not just the buses, it's, you know, it's the bus stops, right? And so many bus stops and ditches that need to be addressed. And I'm just wondering if you can talk about what's planned this year for improving the bus stops, the Mumford. I know Mumford, we've talked about that before, so I don't need to hear that again. I know that's being planned and that's much welcomed. But in terms of bus stop improvements, and just to follow up on the conversation about being able to expedite things. So it's kind of like we're having a kind of pulling out a thread here. I think Patricia, maybe you could explain a little more about, you know, if you mentioned if you had the capacity, where you would invest to improve service. And so I guess what is the reality of having that capacity to expedite those items that you said you would focus on? I think it was the improved service to 3 routes. Could that capacity exist? Like, could that happen? Would we have the drivers and the buses and the other things necessary to make that happen this fiscal year?
Okay, thank you. I'll attempt those questions. The ferry ridership, yes, we are showing a very modest increase for next year. The ferry ridership, I think, if I could characterize it a bit, is fairly consistent through the year, but higher in the summer. And so we did have a very good summer last summer, in that if we have 3 or 4 weekends in a row where it's pouring down rain, the ridership is pretty low. And if we have beautiful weekends every weekend, it really does drive up and make a difference in the ferry numbers for the year. So we're coming off a summer that had really great weekend weather and really strong ferry numbers for the whole summer. So we stayed modest because the weather could actually swing that so that we're lower next year than we were this year, essentially, because those are such large volumes. Even in terms of, Canada Day, the day of the Pride Parade, some of those, like, there's just such large volumes. Fuel savings, we are looking at, because there was a deep energy retrofit at Ragged Lake and we have the electric buses now, what those cost savings are. It's an interesting time to do that exercise, I will say, because there are some short-term issues with electricity calculations coming from our partners at Nova Scotia Power. So it's an interesting time to try to really get into all that data. But we are projecting about $1.5 million in fuel savings, and that is from the electric buses annually. And we think that's, like, based on the trend we're seeing so far, that's what we think we're realizing for the year. Quality of bus stops and bus stops improvements. It is challenging, and I think through the chair, Councillor Cuddle has a good example in her district where, before we could spend $4,000 on a concrete pad, and now we have to do design work and do, culverts or ditches or retaining walls. And so a lot of the bus stop work we've been doing is, 2 or 3 projects a year, and they're costing from $150,000 to up to $800,000 to do a segment of a road. So we are only doing 2 or 3 a year at this time at that rate. So it is shown in the capital budget. Ridge Valley Road, some Heron Cove Road work, but it is kind of limited. I think we're having more success working with Public Works and integrating bus stop upgrades into the work they're doing as they go through a corridor with their work, and there's a better cost efficiency there. But we are advancing a few standalone transit ones a year. In terms of expediting the core service plan, I guess I would maybe to further explain my past comments as well, the bulk of the changes are shown in the plan as year 2, which would be 27, 28. Most of those couldn't happen in 26, 27 because they require bus stop work, new bus stops to be installed and changes that would take some time and lead up time. With that in mind, and thinking about some of the urgent demand pressures, I had called out, 3 routes where they're flagged as the reason they'd move forward is addressing demand, which was the 3, the 9, and the 28. So if there were resources, those would be ones that would be possible because they don't require bus stop work in the first year. So they would be easier to accomplish. To do that, yes, we absolutely would need the core service plan staff report talks about, potential route reductions to help offset that cost. The other option would be capital funding for buses in year 1, as well as operating funding for operators and all of the associated operating costs in year 1. In terms of the reality of doing that, maybe I'll hand it over to Robin. I think there is an opportunity, I guess, if there was, both capital and operating, a potential that we could get some buses as early as November. So they could be in place for part of the year, but I'll let Robin respond about the realistic nature of that.
Through the chair to the councillor, so I agree with what Patricia said. My only concern is, I brought it up earlier, is our ability to deliver. We have to make sure that when Patricia talks about our infrastructure, if we're talking about routes that need new stops, enhanced shelters, proper lighting, we have to consider getting those infrastructure items in place. But in terms of delivery of vehicles, if we can order vehicles and get additional vehicles so that we can do expansions, then yes, I think we can modestly say that we could expedite some of the core service plan items from year 2, pull them into year 1, and then prioritize them or reprioritize what our schedule is. And the ones that have the higher capacity to achieve, we would do that. And the ones that have the challenges of delivery, we would keep them where they are, push them out a little further. So there are some things that we can do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Austin for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wasn't going to buzz in, but enough people have mentioned Alderney Ferry. I don't think I'd be doing my job if I didn't speak to it. So the Alderney Ferry, this has been a legacy of the big lift. When we had lost the bridge, basically, for large portions of the day, one of the things that happened is we put more service on the large portions of the day. I'm meaning the day is in 24 hours, not specific to evenings, Councillor. So when we lost the service on the bridge, we put service on the Alderney Ferry. And guess what? Our ridership went way up. It was gained 30, 40 some odd percent. It drops back a little bit after the big lift, but we retained ridership on the route because you were providing a better service. The good thing about induced demand is it works both directions, right? You widen a road, you get more traffic. You provide better transit, you get more transit riders. You provide bike lanes, you get more cyclists. Whatever we decide to invest in, we will get more of on a transportation side. And so if we scale back the Alderney Ferry, the ridership on that's going to go down. So, and what do we have right now in our city that's not stuck in traffic? That is our that is our rapid transit? It's the ferry. There's no traffic out there. It's always on time. It misses like maybe 1 or 2 days a year on really stormy conditions when the parts are working, of course. But, we've all taken our lumps for that and have a plan to make sure that doesn't happen again. When there's, it's not 1980, whatever it is, and the harbor's iced up. So this is our premium service. And would it make any sense to be cutting that when we're actually in the process of saying, you know what, we want more of this. We want more ferry service. We want a ferry from Bedford. It would make no sense to actually be scaling this back elsewhere while seeking to expand it there. And the last piece I would say is there is a benefit to scale with the ferry in terms of just the employee piece. We've had some struggles on that front over the last couple of years of keeping the ferry staffed. And one of the challenges with staffing the ferry is it's not like a bus where you just need one person and then boom, that bus is out on the road. The ferry, you need a crew. And if you're missing a key element of that crew, then you're potentially left shorthanded and you can't sail. And we've certainly experienced that. If we scale back the service, we reduce that employee pool and make ourselves even more vulnerable to those sorts of disruptions because we have a smaller pool of people doing the same amount of work. I see one of the other advantages of the Bedford Ferry coming is we continue to grow that pool of qualified people who can operate this and make the whole system more resilient. So, to scale this back, it's completely misaligned with all our goals. We would be telling transit riders, you know what, you maybe should go back to the car. I think this would be a terrible direction to take, a cut that's not worth having. So that would be my piece on that. I hope no one's intending to move that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Steele.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I have a question. It's a rather convoluted question, but I'll try to get it out that it's clear. I did see your priorities for year 2, and a number of them involve increasing service on Sunday, which I think is a great idea because that really helps with affordability for people that don't have a car. That's excellent. But I'm wondering how you included reducing congestion in your establishing priorities for future investments in transit. So, for example, I'll tell you the way I'm thinking, and it could be flawed. My logic could be flawed here, but I would think if we were investing in more transit, and so we had 40 people on a bus, and we were taking perhaps 40 cars off the road. That's a priority. We see a lot of our congestion on the weekdays, not necessarily on Sundays, with the exception of a few key locations, one of them being Bears Lake, which is in my district. But I'm curious how congestion played into your establishing the priorities. And I'm talking about traffic congestion. And I know ridership is important. I know, having access, having safe, accessible sidewalks, perhaps, to be able to get on buses is a priority. But how did reducing congestion play into this?
Thank you. I'd say it is definitely a very important factor. One thing I would like to share, I guess, is that the part of it is okay, I'll start over. Some of the trips on transit with the lowest ridership help improve congestion. And what I'll use as an example, and I think, actually we've heard from residents in your district that are healthcare workers and their shifts aren't Monday to Friday. And so they'll take an express bus during the week, and on Wednesday or on Sunday when they're at that shift, they'll take their car. So the Sunday trips that may have low ridership are really important because they mean that the family doesn't have to have a second car, or that the lifestyle can change, that you can depend on transit all of the time. And so we see that with a lot of express service. One of the programs offered through Smart Trip is called Guaranteed Ride Home, to get people home in the middle of the day. So in many cases, our peak period trips with a lot of people on it that are helping with congestion are possible because the trips all the other times of the week as a backup plan, or as the just in case, or as the one I work on the weekends as well, right? So sometimes we see a drop in ridership if you have, if you have lower trips. If you were to cut those trips, you actually see the ridership come off the peak trips as well, because people don't feel like they have the service coverage that they can rely on. All of that to say, I think all of the recommendations in the core service plan are part of that congestion question for that reason. It absolutely is part of the thought process behind it and the rationale. And a lot of it is also just naturally, a lot of people are trying to travel at the most congested times. So that's where we're focusing a lot of the transit resources as well. But I wanted to also kind of share the importance of those lower performing trips as part of the equation.
So, okay.
Through the chair to the councillor, if I could just add that the decision that people make to purchase a car or not to purchase a car, sometimes are made on the fact that they can't get to work every day, and the ones that especially work in the industrial areas and rely on Sunday service. If they can't get to work on the Sunday, they buy the car and then they just stay in the car for the rest of the week. So there's a little bit of a trade-off there that you have to put equate into that equation there.
Okay. Yeah, no, thanks. That's great. Thanks for showing the links between the peak and the non-peak. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Steele. Mayor Fillmore, you have the last 3 minutes before we adjourn, or recess rather.
To table your bow. Yeah. I'm going to cede my time to Councillor Hensby.
Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to put a couple items on the ballot list. That'd be ballot 22 and 24. That's the waiving of the charter fees and the stop the free rides on Canada Day and Natal Day. It might seem like nickels and dimes, but we got to count our pennies everywhere we can find them. And also the fare increase. I like to have a fare increase adjustment to 25 and 50 cents respectively. I have a review of our fare structures at 25 or 50 cent intervals. I wish we were trying to round up some of our odd fares to the nearest dollar or $half instead of the 25-cent fares that we have there now, like $3.25 and $2.25. It should be like $2.50 or $3, whatever. Our express service is that $3.75 should be at $4. We should look at rounding up our fares a bit to rationalize some revenue income. Since we're looking at putting up parking fees, we might as well putting up the transit fees. We got to find money everywhere.
So, Councillor Hensby, just for the process here, you have a motion to put ballot item 22 and 24
on the list. Yes.
On the ballot. Is there a seconder for those two? Second. Seconded by Councillor Kent. Thank you. And then the other option you were bringing forward would be a motion on one of the items that is considered in the red category, the fare increase for 25. You're looking for a briefing note?
Yes. Second.
So a briefing note on the fare increase. Thank you. So we'll just populate the speakers list if people want to buzz in for those. And we'll get that list populated, and then we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30 and start a new conversation. So we are recessed. Thank you. Safe drive home, everyone.